Chapter 965. Only the surviving Carthage sailors from the Carthage flagship were not chased into the sea. They were evenly distributed to the decks of the various warships. The sailors who had been captured by the Carthage and were lucky enough to survive were armed with wooden sticks and whips, returning all the humiliation they had suffered to the enemy. Only 2 captives, Audiobook and the boatswain of the Carthage flagship, were left on the flagship. Middleades had the captive captain's men stab the boatswain to death with a spear, avenging the death of his captain. When Middleades turned his gaze to Audiobook, the former commander of the Iberian fleet, a member of the Maginid family, looked haggard but calm. "Do it." Middleades smiled. "You are the biggest prize of this naval battle. How can I let you die so easily?" As he spoke, he had his men take a helmet and had the crew pee in it. Then, he brought it to Audiobook and said coldly, "Either drink the urine in it or cut off the thing you pee on. Make your choice." Audiobook's expression finally changed drastically. In that day's naval battle, the new Carthage fleet lost a total of 70 warships and nearly 13,000 crew members. The Third Dionia fleet lost 56 warships, and 7 warships suffered varying degrees of damage. They did not capture a single enemy ship. After Anubis fled back to the port of Saros, he was busy reorganizing the warships that had fled back. He did not lead the fleet to rescue Audiobook again. This was mainly because he was mainly responsible for the failure of this plan. For a moment, he did not know how to face this Iberian Navy admiral who seemed to be his subordinate but was actually his competitor. Thus, he decided to just not see him, not worry about him. Unexpectedly, at night, news suddenly came. The Dionia had defeated the fleet led by Audiobook, and even Audiobook himself had been captured. Anubis was shocked. The news he had received before was that the Dionysian fleet had already returned north to Elenia. He did not expect that these terrifying Dionia people would dare to return and fight Audiobook's fleet. Previously, he could still blame the storm for the destruction of the fleet, but this time, he had to face the fearsome fighting strength and high morale of the Dionia navy. In the next few days, the remnants of Carthage's new fleet hid in the port and refused to fight no matter how the Dionysian fleet provoked them. The route from Sardinia to Carthage was cut off again. The army led by the Devers left Gela and marched westward along the coastline. They camped in Iconium and Agrigento. Both towns were destroyed by Carthage. The Devers left enough time for the soldiers to build camps, but Carthage's army never showed up. On the 4th day, the army arrived at Minoa. The city built on a hill was even more severely damaged. "Your Majesty, it seems that we can only build our camp on the flat land across the river," Tormid suggested. The Devers stood on the hill and looked down at the lowlands to the west. Although the fields had been harvested, they could still see a golden field. He asked, "Is this the battlefield where Prososus led his army to defeat Carthage's people?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid pointed to the north. "It is said that Commander Prososus's camp was built there." The Devers turned and looked for a while, then turned to the front and asked, "How far is Serene city from here?" "About 100 miles, Tormid replied. The Devers thought for a moment and ordered, "We will camp on the hill. Inform the engineers to quickly survey the terrain and have the troops march faster. Hurry up the hill and clear Minoa city." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Tormid slightly disagreed with the Devers' cautiousness, he knew that the Devers had made up his mind, so he did not raise any objections. Just as they were about to return to the destroyed Minoa city, a group of Dionia scouts galloped over from the flat land to the west. They crossed the Platani River and rushed to the foot of the hill. They shouted urgently, "Report! Carthage's cavalry is here. There are many of them." A soldier reported immediately after hearing it. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. The Devers pondered and said, "It seems that Carthage's people finally couldn't help it. Your Majesty, I will inform the troops who have already gone up the hill to prepare for defense immediately." The Devers nodded. Tormid turned and left. The Devers looked around, then pointed to a large section of the western wall of Minoa city that was still standing in front of them. He said, "Let's go up to the city to check on the enemy." The chief of the palace guards, Marcius, immediately dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, Minoa city is seriously damaged. I'm afraid that the wall is not strong enough. It could be dangerous. Send someone to confirm it." The Devers did not give up. Marcius had to send a group of guards up the wall to investigate. After a while, they reported, "That section of the wall is still relatively strong." The Devers immediately walked to the wall. The others could only follow. Standing on the wall and looking to the west, the view was wider. The Carthage cavalry came quickly. They poured into the flat lowlands like a tide. The vanguard had already galloped to the other side of the Platani River. "Carthage has so many cavalry. I think there are at least 5,000 of them." Henoboris, who was next to him, exclaimed. "To be precise, those should be foreign cavalry recruited by Carthage. I'm afraid the real Carthage cavalry only accounts for a small part of them." Divers widened his eyes and pointed at the Carthaginian cavalry that was shrouded in dust at the foot of the mountain. He said in a serious tone, "Look, those cavalries that are poorly equipped but have the largest number should be the Namibians. They are good at throwing javelins. And over there, those cavalries with leather helmets and long swords should be the Iberians. As for the Carthaginian cavalry, oh, I finally found them. There, they are wearing shiny armor. I heard that Margot also hired some cavalries from Mauritania. But the Mauritanian cavalry and the Namibian cavalry are wearing similar clothes, so it's hard to tell them apart." Divers said, as if he was counting his family treasures. "From the looks of it, the Carthaginian cavalry is a patchwork. Although our cavalry army is smaller in number, we shouldn't lose to them, right?" Henoboris, who didn't know much about military affairs, was very confident in the kingdom's army. The Devers was silent for a moment before saying frankly, "In terms of cavalry, we are weaker than the Carthage people. In the previous battle, several cavalry legions had suffered varying degrees of loss of soldiers, and they had not been well replenished after that. After all, cavalry was different from infantry. It was too costly and not easy to cultivate. However, even if the 4 cavalry legions of Dionia were fully formed and gathered together, the Devers did not think that they would be able to defeat the enemy cavalry at the foot of the mountain. For cavalry to win, they mainly relied on horsemanship, numbers, and training. In terms of training, the Dionia cavalry was naturally better than their opponents, but in the other 2 aspects, Dionia did not have the advantage. When Henoboris heard this, he suddenly choked. After a moment, he comforted, "It's nothing. Our Dionysian army mainly relies on the infantry legion, and they are much stronger than the Carthage." At this time, Printos, who was also watching the enemy's situation, said in a deep voice, "The Carthage infantry is here too." The Devers did not speak, but stared intently at the battlefield. In the distance, teams of Carthage infantry entered the lowland plains from the west in an endless stream. The originally empty field was being filled by the Carthage army. The Devers put their hands on the cracked battlements and said thoughtfully, "It seems that Brother Mara is really ready to fight us here." When Henoboris heard this, he blinked and asked curiously, "Here? We are on the mountain, and they are at the foot of the mountain? This is not a good choice. Why don't they wait for us to march to the lowland at the foot of the mountain before they fight?" The Devers did not answer, but looked at Printos. Printos understood that this was a test from the king of Devers. He thought for a moment and said, "If the Carthage people let us enter the lowland below, we can send troops to block the coast road to the west, and it will be easy to organize a defense. It will be more troublesome for the Carthage people to attack, and their superior forces will not be able to spread out. Then why don't the Carthage people just occupy Minoa city? In this way, they will have the advantage of defense, and our army will be in trouble." Facing Printos, Henoboris' question was more direct and bold. Printos' answer was also very quick. If that is the case, I think your majesty will not march to Minoa at all, but will return to Agrigento, or even Gela. In this way, the Carthage people will be anxious. I think the reason why they abandoned these towns on the south coast and retreated to the west is to lure our army to attack the west. This will not only make it convenient for them to fight, but also convenient for their food supply. Henoboris suddenly realized and said, "The Carthage people chose this place as the battlefield because they think we and they can accept it." The Devers smiled faintly and said, "I heard that Brother Mara is a decisive and determined person, but not meticulous and patient enough. It is rare that he is so thoughtful and considerate of our feelings." "Your Majesty, are we going to fight the Carthage here?" Henoboris immediately became excited. The Devers glanced at the solemn Printos and said softly, "Unfortunately, I am not going to follow the script that Brother Mara has made up." Henoboris said, "Oh." At this time, Amintas, Matones, Olivers, Trotyras, and several other senior generals rushed to the bottom of the city wall and shouted while panting, "Your Majesty, the First Legion has arrived. The Second Legion has arrived. The Legio IV has arrived. The Legio VI has arrived. The Rome Reserve Brigade has arrived." Chapter 966. The Devers looked up at the sky, then looked down at the tired but excited faces under the city. He said calmly, "Everyone, you have worked hard. Please follow the rules of the Daionia military law regarding the construction of camps during wartime. Half of the soldiers from each legion are responsible for the defense on the mountain, and the other half, under the command of the engineers, will speed up the construction of the camps. Go and execute it." The order of the Devers was far from their expectations. Amintas, Matones, and the others were slightly disappointed, but they still responded loudly, "Yes." Watching the generals go away, the Devers thought of something again. He looked around and asked, "Where is Tormid?" "Your Majesty, he has rushed to supervise the construction of the camps," Printos replied. "Go and find Tormid immediately. Ask him to inform the commanders of the Legion to allocate some soldiers and the engineering battalion to repair the original port of Minoa as soon as possible so that the Sicilian fleet can be stationed there. I will leave this matter to you." "Yes, Your Majesty." Printos accepted the order and left. The Devers turned back and continued to stare down the mountain. At this time, a large number of Carthage infantry were arriving at the west bank of the Platani River. The Carthage cavalry that had gathered on the riverbank had retreated to the rear on both sides, giving way to the front. All the soldiers were lined up along the riverbank, gradually forming the embryonic form of a military formation. The Devers' eyes finally focused on a group of generals on horseback in front of the Carthage infantry phalanx on the west bank of the Platani River. In the middle, there was a general wearing a golden helmet without a tassel, a golden breastplate, a dark red armor skirt, and a blue cloak. He pointed to the hill and said something. The people around him gathered around to listen. The Devers looked solemn and whispered, "Brother Mara." The person the Devers saw was indeed Brother Mara. At this time, he was squinting at the mountain. Daionia soldiers were constantly emerging from the ruins of Minoa, forming a line of defense. "Sir, the people of Daionia don't seem to have any intention of fighting us." One of the generals made a judgment. "If it were me, I wouldn't have ordered the soldiers to fight right after marching," another general reminded him. Brother Mara raised his eyebrows and said nothing. It was only when he saw that the Daionia soldiers not only had no intention of descending the mountain, but had even begun to set up a redoubt in front of their defensive formation that he had no choice but to issue an order: leave the cavalry to continue to monitor the enemy's movements, and be careful of any sudden attacks. Lead the soldiers to build the camp. While the Devers led the army westward along the south coast, the Dionysian army, with Legio III as the main force, did not rest for long after entering Aegilion. On the second day, the newly formed Sycir army took the lead and continued westward. Strangely, they didn't see any Sycir tribes along the way, nor were they attacked. 2 days later, the army successfully arrived at the central city of Sicily, Enna. It was another empty city. Lazaru and Epictetus, who had been through many battles for a long time, did not feel happy. Instead, they became more cautious and sent more scouts and sicker warriors to investigate the enemy's movement. A day later, Lazaru received news that a large number of Carthage soldiers and some sicker warriors had gathered near the city of Cephaleution. The preliminary estimate was that the number of soldiers was more than 30,000. Lazaru might seem rough, but he was actually meticulous. Whether it was leading Legio III alone to defeat the Cautini in Campania, or attacking Rome from the bridge to the city of Rome while splitting up his troops to defeat the reinforcements from the north, these battles undoubtedly reflected this characteristic of his. This was the first time he had served as the temporary commander of several legions. After entering this unfamiliar mountainous area, he became quite cautious. After receiving this news, he immediately discussed with Epictetus and Creru, and finally decided that the army would continue to stay in Enna until the detailed deployment of the enemy forces in the west was clear, and this news would be reported to His Majesty the Devers in the south coast. Although it was already the beginning of November, the sun was still scorching at noon by the Minoa Sea. The Devers and a few high-ranking generals of the army stood by the temporarily repaired port, enduring the scorching sun, patiently waiting for a large fleet to enter the port. As the passenger ships docked one by one, countless soldiers boarded the pier. The deserted harbor suddenly became lively. "Your Majesty, they're here," Henoborus reminded softly. "Let's go and welcome the hero who conquered the Samni." The Devers smiled and walked forward with large strides. The others followed closely behind. "Your Majesty." Alexis also walked in front of the Devers and solemnly saluted. "You've worked hard." The Devers looked at him with unusual emotion. After returning the military salute, they even took the initiative to give this general, who had made many contributions, a strong hug. "Alexis, you're a little slow. We're only missing you." Aminta's mood was a little complicated, but this did not affect the friendship between him and his old comrade. He also gave her a warm hug. Then, Matones, Olivers, Trotyras, and the other generals greeted him one by one. "Your Majesty, Commander Melisande of the 10th Legion reporting for duty." Melisande nimbly saluted, his voice unusually loud. The smile on the Devers' face became even brighter. "Oh, Melisande, you've performed very well in the previous battle. I believe your parents will be very proud of you after seeing the battle report. Have you returned home after the battle with the Samni?" "Not yet." "Then, win more contributions in the upcoming battle with Carthage, and return home full of glory." The Devers patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, Melisande braced himself to greet the other generals. Most of the generals present were his stepfather Felicius's comrades. When they spoke to him with the tone of an elder, he always felt a little awkward. Another person walked up and bowed to the Devers in a special manner. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Great leader Borit, I didn't expect you to personally lead the troops here. Thank you so much." The Devers hurriedly helped him up and said with joy and gratitude, "For more than 10 years, Boeotia has always been under the protection of Dionia. With Your Majesty's generous assistance, the tribes of Potentia have survived many difficult times. We have always regretted not having the chance to repay this great kindness. Now that we have this opportunity, of course, we must do our best." Borit's words were spoken with sincerity. The Devers listened and nodded, but then smiled and corrected him. "Dionia and Potentia have long been a family. Let's not talk about kindness and gratitude like outsiders. Let us continue to fight side by side like brothers." "Yes, yes." Borit nodded repeatedly in response. The Devers turned his gaze to another person next to him. "You are Leader Tedoni of the Abenelum? You still remember me?" Tedoni was a little surprised. "For the past few years, you have led the Abenelum team to participate in the Hades celebration in Turii. How could I not remember? The Devers smiled and said seriously, "This time, it was thanks to the great help of the Abenelum that we, Dionia, finally won the Samnese War. You don't have to be so polite. We are already a family, aren't we?" Tadoni replied straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Yes, you are very right. It was a slip of the tongue. I will drink a glass of wine as punishment at the banquet later." Then, the Devers met with the leaders of the reinforcements of Caudini, Pentni, and Caracini. Then, the Devers made an exception and held a simple banquet in the main tent of the camp to welcome the reinforcements of Potentia and Samnese. The whole atmosphere was quite warm. When the banquet was over, the guards removed the leftovers, then placed the map of Sicily in the center of the main tent, and began the military meeting. Tormid, the staff officer of the Ministry of Military Affairs, stood in front of the map with a wooden stick in his hand. He first bowed slightly to the Devers, and the Devers nodded to him. He turned to face the crowd and said, "Everyone, His Majesty asked me to first tell you about the current situation between us and the enemy in Sicily. In Minoa, where we are, we have gathered the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, Legio IV, Legio VI, the Rome Reserve Brigade, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry Legions of nearly 50,000 people. Now we have the 10th Legion, the reinforcements of Potentia, and the reinforcements of Samnese, a total of 16,000 people, for a total of 66,000 people. In the lowlands west of Minoa city, the army led by Carthage's military commander, Margo, has built a camp there. According to the information detected by the scouts and sentries in the past 2 days, there are about 60,000 infantrymen and more than 7,000 cavalrymen there. More than 7,000 cavalrymen? Melisande exclaimed. He immediately realized his impoliteness and cast an apologetic look at Tormid. Talmud took over the conversation and said, "Yes, the Carthaginians have a lot of cavalry, and they are very strong. This is why the Carthaginians have been setting up a battle formation at the foot of the mountain, wanting to fight with us. However, His Majesty has always avoided fighting them at this time." As he spoke, Tormid pointed the wooden stick at a town icon not far north of Minoa city on the map. This is the town of Sykir, Caphaloician. According to the information reported by the scouts in the mountains, there are more than 30,000 Carthage, Sykir allied troops stationed there. Our Legio III, the Lucaria Reserve Brigade, and the Sykir warriors, a total of 20,000 people, have occupied Enna and are confronting them. Chapter 967. Here, Tormid pointed the wooden stick at the icon of a town to the west of Minoa city, is Serenus city, which has been occupied by us. Currently, 4,000 reserve soldiers from our Sicilian territory are stationed there, and more than 10,000 sailors are assisting in defending the city. The Sicilian fleet is preparing to withdraw all sailors from Serenus city to the Catanai naval base. Sicirian interrupted him, and said seriously, "I have received orders from the Ministry of Military Affairs to send the sailors who have lost their warships to Castellan or Tarentum naval base, and prepare to receive the newly built warships." Seeing Tormid's stunned expression, Sicirian emphasized, "This morning, I reported this matter to His Majesty." Devers nodded and explained, "Sicirian did tell me, but because I was busy welcoming Alexis at the port, I didn't have the time to tell you. I agreed to Sicirian's request to withdraw the sailors. Paragonia is a small city with only 3,000 soldiers, but Carthage's army had to besiege it for more than 20 days, suffering many casualties before they could take it down. Serenus city has 4,000 soldiers stationed there, and they can receive reinforcements at any time by sea. Now that Carthage's main army is in a standoff with us, it is impossible for them to gather another army to attack Serenus. Even without the help of the sailors, Serenus city should be safe under such circumstances." "Understood, Your Majesty." Tormid glanced at Sicirian and continued, "According to the report from the Clippers, Carthage has built a camp outside Serenus city, and is besieging it. There are about 10,000 Carthage and Phoenician soldiers stationed there. Let's look at the east of Sicily. Carthage's new ally, Syracuse, has previously sent 15,000 soldiers to attack Taunus, but according to our deduction, Syracuse can form an army of more than 20,000 soldiers to fight. Therefore, His Majesty has arranged for Commander Prososus to lead the 7th and 8th legions, as well as the Sicilian Alliance's army, to directly attack Syracuse city. Your Majesty, Alexis interrupted, the fleet that transported us stopped at the port of Catanae for a short while. I met with Governor Cypros and Commander Prososus. From them, I learned that the reserve soldiers from the Locri region have already replenished the 7th Legion. At the same time, the troops from the alliance of Leontini and Taunus, as well as the citizens of Agrigento, Gela, and Minoa, have also made preparations. According to their estimates, they can gather about 25,000 soldiers to attack Syracuse. I believe that by the time we arrived, Commander Prososus had already led his army towards Syracuse. I didn't expect you to be a messenger for free, Alexis, Devers joked. Everyone roared with laughter. I just introduced the situation of our army and Carthage's army. As for the navy, as soon as Tormid started, Syracuse stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, let me explain the situation of the navy. Devers looked at him, then nodded at Tormid. Tormid then passed the wooden stick to Syracuse. Syracuse didn't take it. He pointed at the map and said, I can't use this thing, because there's only an island drawn on it. There's no ocean, so it's impossible for our warships to stop on land. There was another burst of laughter in the tent. Syracuse straightened his chest, looked around at everyone, and said in a clear voice, Everyone has heard Tormid's explanation. In terms of land, we don't have the advantage in terms of military strength in several directions. Perhaps it's slightly better in the east, but if Prososus wants to lead his army to attack the sturdy city of Syracuse, it will only be more difficult. However, in terms of the navy, ever since the storm at sea a few months ago, almost all of Carthage's warships were destroyed. After that, they even secretly invited naval reinforcements from their motherland, Tyre, but they were also defeated by the Sicilian fleet. The few remaining Phoenician warships no longer appeared in the waters around Sicily. They've probably been scared out of their wits. Not long ago, Carthage used about 190 newly built warships to form a fleet to guard Sardinia's sea route. His Majesty has already sent the 3rd Fleet to deal with it. Even if this new Carthage fleet has dozens more warships than the 3rd Fleet, I firmly believe that the 3rd Fleet will be able to defeat it in the end and obtain victory. In Sicily's waters, other than the 70 warships of our Sicilian fleet, there are also 50 warships of Syracuse. However, they're basically holed up in the port and don't dare to fight us. Now that Prososus is leading his army to attack Syracuse, I believe that Syracuse's warships will soon have no place to stand. There's no need to think about them anymore. Our Sicilian fleet has always had the absolute advantage in this area of the sea. That's why we can boldly send ships to transport soldiers and supplies, use warships to attack Carthage's sea route, and transport soldiers to attack the rear of Carthage's army. This is also one of the reasons why Carthage's army retreated from the east. Even though Carthage's newly built warships have been put into service, our warships are also about to enter the battle. Not only will the newly formed Sicilian fleet be able to control Sicily's waters, but it will also increase the pressure on Carthage's navy to achieve His Majesty's goal of threatening Carthage's territorial waters. No one raised any objections after Sequirian finished speaking. After all, no one in the tent was more authoritative than Sequirian in terms of the navy. Now everyone has some understanding of the current situation, right? Devers looked around and said slowly, Do you have any suggestions on how to fight against Carthage's army? As soon as Devers said this, the tent temporarily regained its silence. Many people fell into deep thought. The leaders of the Samni army were still in shock. Previously, the 4 major tribes of Samni united to declare war on Dionia. The 40,000 soldiers that they had painstakingly put together gave the leaders courage. But now, the kingdom of Dionia had gathered more than 100,000 soldiers to fight against Carthage. This did not include the number of people in the navy. Moreover, it seemed that they still had strength to spare. The strength of Dionia was evident. At this time, they deeply realized that the Samni people's extravagant hope was a mistake from the beginning. It was completely caused by their shallow understanding of the kingdom of Dionia. Alexis understood that the reason why Tormid was asked to explain the situation of both sides in detail before the start of the military conference was mainly for those who had just arrived in Sicily and were unfamiliar with the situation. So, he coughed lightly and said, "Your Majesty, with the addition of the 10th Legion, Potentia, and Samni reinforcements in Minoa, our military strength and that of Carthage's is already equal. Can we," he pointed to the lowlands west of Minoa city with his hand and said, "can we fight against the Carthage army and defeat their main force first?" Devers didn't even think about it and shook his head lightly. "Your Majesty, is it because the Carthage army of Caphiloetian north of Minoa will return?" Melisande asked anxiously. Melisande's question was exactly what Amintas and Matones wanted to know. Devers saw their expressions and said in a deep voice, "It's because of the cavalry. In terms of heavy infantry, I think our legion is better than the Carthage army, but in terms of cavalry, not only do they surpass us in number, but they also slightly surpass us in terms of the combat power of the cavalry. You should know that if we fight against the Carthage army on flat ground, such a large number of Carthage cavalry will inevitably become a decisive force that can determine the outcome of the battle. So, we can't take such a huge risk and fight against the Carthage army." While Devers was explaining, his mind was thinking about the glorious victories created by Alexander and Hannibal in the history of his previous life. Basically, the final victory or defeat was decided by the cavalry. Everyone fell into deep thought. Some even looked at the cavalry commander Leds and Cusius. They all remained silent and didn't refute. Alexis leaned over and looked at the map. When his line of sight moved from Minoa to Caphiloetian north of Minoa, he suddenly had an idea. He thought carefully and said, "Your Majesty, since we are at a disadvantage in terms of cavalry, can we start a battle with the Carthage army near Caphiloetian? This way, they won't be able to use the advantage of cavalry. We have the Lucanians and Samni, who are good at fighting in the mountains. The other legions are not trained for fighting in the mountains. In this aspect, we should have the advantage." Alexis's words made everyone's eyes light up. Amintas looked at Alexis and was a little annoyed. "Why didn't I think of this? Is it because I'm not as good as Alexis?" In fact, it was against common sense to let heavy infantry fight in the mountains. Most people wouldn't dare to try it. Alexis only dared to propose this idea because he had conquered the Samni mountains and had experience in this aspect. However, Devers said, "Last night, Printos made a similar suggestion to you." Alexis subconsciously turned to look at Printos, who was sitting in the back. More than 10 years ago, he had a good cooperation with Printos. With the help of Printos, he led the army to conquer Copsa and Ennona, and finally forced the Samni to sign an agreement. Alexis admired Printos very much. She thought that he was quick-witted and often had amazing and bold ideas. She valued him very much. When the General Staff Office of the Ministry of Military Affairs was established, he even took the initiative to recommend him to King Devers. But he didn't expect that since the outbreak of the war last year, Printos's name would light up the military headquarters of Dionia. Every time Alexis read about his deeds in the military newspaper, she felt happy for him. Chapter 968. Printos nodded at him with a smile. Alexis also smiled back. At this time, she heard Devers say, "I was a little tempted by this proposal at first, but I gave it up in the end." Why? Because according to the intelligence, The western mountains of Sicily with Kephalloician as the center are higher and more complex than the eastern mountains. For our Dionia's heavy infantry as the main force, it will be more difficult to fight and march, and because of the distance from Catanai, the transportation of supplies is a big problem. In addition, you should know that there are more than 40,000 Iberian troops in the Carthage army. These soldiers are either from the mountain races of Iberia, or they have followed Carthage's generals for many years in Iberia, so they have very strong fighting strength in the mountains. More importantly, the current Carthage military commander Margo became the governor of Iberia 10 years ago and fought in the wild mountains for 10 years, so he has more experience in mountain warfare. If we were to engage in a battle with the Carthaginians in the mountains, although we would be able to avoid the Carthaginian cavalry, the outcome would still be unpredictable. Since we already have the absolute advantage in terms of strategy, there is no need to take the risk of engaging in a large-scale battle in the mountains. You must know that it is very likely to decide the fate of the kingdom. Devers's cautious words made Alexis, Oliver's, and the others fall into deep thought, and also made Aminta's, Matoni's, and the others feel puzzled. What absolute advantage do we have? Of course it's the navy. Our fleet has an absolute advantage. Sicerian said loudly and confidently. Sicerian is right, our advantage is in the navy. Devers said firmly, and then took out a papyrus scroll. At the beginning of the banquet, I received a battle report from the Third Fleet. They defeated the new Carthage fleet in Sardinia 2 days ago. Hearing this news, everyone felt happy. Sicerian rushed forward and took the battle report. After quickly reading it, he couldn't help but praise, "Good middle aids." In the crisis of being attacked by the enemy's superior warships, the Carthage suffered a crushing defeat. As the generals looked at each other, Devers said in a low voice, "The Carthage army has more than 100,000 people gathered on Sicily, and the military food consumption is very large every day. Their colonial cities and Phoenician allies on Sicily can't meet their military food supply. Moreover, Prososus destroyed the city's farmland and cut their wheat. They even have difficulties in survival, so Carthage can only collect food from the Africa continent and meet the daily needs of this huge army by sea. Your Majesty is right. As long as the Sicilian fleet completely cuts off the sea transportation between Carthage and Sicily, we don't even need to fight them head-on. No matter how many Carthage soldiers there are, they can only starve to death on this island." Sicerian interrupted loudly. Devers didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said to him with a serious expression, "So next, after the Sicilian fleet receives the replenishment of the newly built warships, I request the Sicilian fleet to strengthen the blockade on the west of Sicily and intercept all the ships coming and going. This task isn't easy to accomplish. Although our navy has the advantage, for the sake of victory in this war and the lives of more than 100,000 Carthage soldiers, Carthage will definitely do everything possible to open up the sea route. The Sicilian fleet will definitely be attacked by Carthage from the sea. Sicerian, can you complete this task?" "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will make sure that Carthage's fleet doesn't return." Sicerian replied confidently. "I believe you can do it." Devers encouraged him, then reminded him softly, "But I hope you can be more cautious. Don't let the fleet be destroyed by the storm again." "Yes." Sicerian replied with his head lowered. "Your Majesty," Amintas asked anxiously, "according to your plan, does it mean that we don't need to take the initiative to attack?" "Yes." Devers's resolute answer made Amintas, Matoni's, Oliver's, and the other high-ranking generals show more or less disappointment on their faces. Devers took in their expressions, then looked at the silent Alexis and asked, "Alexis, what do you think?" Alexis looked around and said in a heavy voice, "Your Majesty, this war has been going on for more than a year. The soldiers first fought hard in the north, and now they have come to the south. They haven't been able to rest and reorganize, and they have paid a considerable amount of casualties. As far as I know, almost all the people in the Turis region wear the black veil. Now we are going to fight against the stronger Carthage. I originally thought that the casualties would be higher than before, but your Majesty's strategy can not only reduce the casualties of our soldiers, but also allow us to obtain the final victory. This is where your Majesty's military strength is far superior to ours. Alexis praised sincerely. Devers heard this and felt a little ashamed. In fact, before the banquet, he more or less had the idea of waiting for all the troops to gather and find an opportunity to fight against the Carthage army. This might be the ambition of every commander with a large number of troops, but the victory report of the Third Fleet made him happy, and he also realized the absolute advantage that the Navy had, so he was determined to carry out the other plan in his heart to the end. At this moment, he coughed lightly and said, Alexis said very well. The purpose of war is to protect the interests of the kingdom, not to pursue the pleasure of killing. We must do our best to ensure that the soldiers who trust us wholeheartedly and fight for the kingdom can return home safely. Devers' eyes swept across the faces of Amintas, Matones, and the others and continued, Our army won't take the initiative to attack, but it doesn't mean that we can relax our vigilance. In order to survive, the Carthage army will very likely take the initiative to attack us. For this reason, we must speed up the construction of the camp, build more defense facilities, and give our soldiers an absolute advantage in defense. In addition, even if the Carthage army on Sicily is defeated, I'm afraid this war will not end immediately. You must prepare to march to Africa, to the south of Iberia, so during this period, you must do your best to maintain the morale of the soldiers. You must not let them slack off, and you must strengthen the training of the Rome soldiers, Samni soldiers, and Potentia soldiers, so that they are familiar with our flag, orders, and tactics as soon as possible, which will be beneficial for future battles. The Devers' words lifted the spirits of the generals, so when Devers asked again, Do you have any other opinions? Everyone agreed to carry out the plan drawn up by Devers. Seeing that everyone had a unified understanding, Devers smiled and said, There is another advantage for us in carrying out this plan. We can use fewer troops to defend against the attack of Carthage's larger forces, and depending on the development of the battle, we can divide some soldiers to support Serenus, Enna, or Prososus, or even attack the empty rear of the Carthage army. Everyone, because of the advantage of the sea route, we seem to be in a passive defense, but in fact we have the initiative. The Carthage army will be defeated by us. On the west bank of the Platani River, in the camp built by the Carthage army, Margot's angry roar came from the central tent. Damn you and Robas, you idiot! Pamilka, who had rushed over after hearing the news, walked into the tent and saw Margot draw his sword and slash at the table. What happened? Pamilka asked softly. Look, this is the naval general you all trust, the one who claims to be the most capable in Carthage. Margot angrily threw a papyrus scroll on the table at him. Pamilka picked it up, and after reading it, his expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, Is this true? This was written by a member of the Maganid family, who was the captain of the newly formed fleet. Of course it's true. Margot held his shining sword and sat back on the wooden chair, staring at Pamilka angrily. And Robas was incompetent and misplaced the fleet, causing the fleet to suffer a crushing defeat and causing Ademica's whereabouts to be unknown. According to this member of my family, after they escaped back to the port of Saros, and Robas even reprimanded them, threatening them not to reveal the whole process of the naval battle. Obviously, he wanted to escape punishment. He's delusional. I'm going to write a letter to the Senate, explaining the truth of the naval battle, and request that he be escorted back to Carthage for trial and punishment. You and I will sign together. This, Pamilka showed a look of hesitation, but Margot snorted heavily. You're not willing? The new fleet suffered a defeat when it had the upper hand, and Robas should have been interrogated by the Senate. I'm willing to sign with you, Pamilka said with a worried expression. But now is the time of war. If the commander of the navy is suddenly replaced, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the entire fleet, Margot sneered. In my opinion, replacing him will be of great help to the navy. Let me ask you, since he became the commander of the navy, has our fleet, which dominated the western Mediterranean, ever won a victory? Pamilka was speechless, because that was the truth. Since the start of the war, the Carthage fleet had been defeated in every battle. Now they could only hide in the port, not daring to compete with the Dionysian fleet. After the fleet was destroyed by the storm, Androbas shouldn't have continued to be the commander of the navy, and the new fleet that was built with great difficulty shouldn't have been sent to Sardinia. It's all because of Hanno's selfishness that Carthage has paid such a high price. This can't go on anymore. This can't go on anymore. Otherwise, once the entire sea is controlled by the Dionysian fleet, our army will be finished. Margot pounded the table. Chapter 969. Although Margot's words were too extreme, because it was not only the Hanoverians who made Androbas the commander of the navy and sent the fleet to guard Sardinia, he was right about one thing: the connection between Sicily and Carthage could not be cut off. Otherwise, the more than 100,000 soldiers would have no food supply, and that would be the end of it. Pamilka was in the army and was mainly responsible for logistics. He was well aware of the huge consumption of food in the army. The most important reason for the withdrawal of the army from the east was food supply. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He immediately said, "Lord Margot, I will write a letter with you to urge the Senate to immediately reorganize our fleet and fully protect the sea route between Sicily and Carthage." Margot's expression was a little better. He said with hatred, "Even if the Senate listens to our suggestion, whether our fleet can do it is another matter. Our current food supply can only last for about 10 days. After 10 days, all of our lives will be in the hands of the navy. This is really unbearable." Pamilka listened and felt bitter in his heart. He reminded loudly, "Lord Margot, the best way for us to turn the situation around is to defeat the main force of the Dionysian army and win the leadership of the war in Sicily. It's easy to say, but as you can see, I have been setting up a battle outside the camp for the past 3 days, but the people of Dionia on the opposite side have no intention of going down the mountain to fight with us." Margot was both helpless and puzzled. "I have studied in detail the battles that the king of Dionia has participated in the past. He is a decisive, bold, adventurous, and very confident man. When he was still a mercenary leader, he dared to lead a far smaller number of mercenaries to attack the Lucanian army. When Dionysius invaded Greece, Dionysius clearly had the advantage, especially in terms of cavalry, but he still dared to fight with the people of Syracuse. Not long ago, a war broke out between Dionia and Rome. Rome is so far away from Dionia, but he actually led the army to attack. Why does such a man who loves to attack dare not accept our challenge this time? Could it be that the Dionysian army isn't ready yet?" Pamilka thought about it and said, "Or perhaps it's because Caphiloiton's army is too close, that the king of Dionia is worried?" Margot's heart skipped a beat. He put down his sword and muttered, "Perhaps we should have Hasdrubal withdraw his army to the Cicons' territory and lure the Dionysian army from the east to the west to occupy Caphilotion. This way, the king of Dionia will feel that the north is safe, and perhaps he will be at ease to fight with us?" "What if Dionia refuses to come out?" Pamilka asked worriedly. Margot thought for a moment and said decisively, "Then we will surround the Dionysian army of Caphilotion and force them to fight us in the mountains. This is a good idea." Pamilka's eyes lit up, but he warned, "I'm afraid our conies won't be willing to retreat from Caphilotion." "That cycle leader who voluntarily surrendered to us?" Margot picked up his sword from the table and slammed it heavily on the table. "It's not up to him. He has to retreat even if he doesn't want to." After receiving Margot's order, Hasdrubal ignored Arconi's pleas and ordered all soldiers and cycles to retreat to the west. Some cycles did not surrender even though their families were in the hands of Carthage's men. They refused to enter the territory of their former enemy, the Sicans. Hasdrubal suppressed them mercilessly, forcing most of the sicker people to obey him. While retreating, Carthage's men completely destroyed Cephaleution. However, Lazaru, who received the Dever's order, did not take the opportunity to lead his army west. Instead, he kept his army in Enna and strengthened the city's defenses. The main force of Dionia stationed in Minoa city ignored Carthage's men who lined up at the foot of the mountain every day and built up their camp. After listening to the Dever's instructions, the engineers designed the camp as follows. The entire Dionia camp would start from Minoa city by the sea and extend northward along the entire mountain range until it reached the narrow lowland in the north, where Leotychides had lured Carthage's sacred army to the north and defeated them. The camp would then turn northeast and continue along the mountain range until it reached the upper reaches of the Platani River, forming a semi-arc-shaped line of defense. The simple port in the east was within its embrace. With sufficient supplies transported by Cadenai's fleet and sufficient water provided by Lake Gergo, the Dionysian army was prepared for a long-term defense. Unlike the situation in the west, in the east of Sicily, Leotychides had already led his army to Syracuse. After arriving at Leontini and meeting up with the allied army, the entire army was divided into two. The main force consisted of the 7th and 8th legions, personally led by Leotychides. They continued south, crossed the mountains, and arrived at the big port on the west side of Syracuse. The other 8,000 soldiers, consisting of the allied army and allied city-states, were led by Xanthoparis. They followed the coast south, passed through Taunus, and arrived at the east side of Syracuse. The people of Syracuse had been paying close attention to the movements of Dionia in the north. When they learned that the Dionysian army had left Cadenai and arrived at Leontini, they were alerted to the possibility that they were coming for Syracuse. When the news spread, the people of Syracuse were in a panic. When the news was confirmed, the Council of Syracuse realized that they had been tricked. These days, the Democrats and the neutrals were arguing over who was responsible for provoking Dionia. They wasted a lot of time and did not prepare for defense. In the face of life and death, Theagenes, Phalcus, and the others had to put aside their differences and focus on dealing with the upcoming attack of the cunning Dionia. They carried out an emergency military mobilization for the citizens in the city. At the same time, they sent out cavalry to quickly notify the villages outside the city, asking the people to bring their belongings and rush into the city to take refuge. A day later, the sentries on the east wall first saw the enemies coming along the coastline. The news of the defeat of the new fleet reached Carthage. The elders were shocked. In this report, Anubis put the blame on Ademica. He said that it was because of Ademica's slow action that the plan to attack from two sides could not be carried out. Instead, the Dionysian fleet defeated them one by one. Then, the elders received a joint complaint from Margo and Pamilca. Was it Anubis's command error, or was it Ademica's poor execution? The elders had a debate. Although Hanno defended him, as the commander of the navy, Anubis could not escape the blame for his consecutive defeats. So the debate did not last long. The Senate passed a resolution to remove Anubis from the position of commander of the navy and send him back to the city for trial. Carthage was born from the sea and thrived by the sea. Although they had begun to develop inland, the sea was still their foundation. Now, the repeated failures of the Carthage navy showed that the victory of the Dionysian fleet was not accidental. It was a fact that the strength of the Carthage navy was at a disadvantage. This not only put the 100,000 troops on Sicily in danger, but also began to threaten the survival of Carthage itself. For the first time, all the elders actively and seriously discussed a solution to Carthage's predicament at sea without any selfish motives. The first thing was to determine a new commander of the navy as soon as possible. Although Anubis was impeached, it was undeniable that he was indeed an excellent admiral. So the candidates proposed by the elders were all eliminated because they were not as talented as him. In the end, it was a name mentioned by Audiobook that made everyone not question his ability but worry about his health. Morbar, a noble of Carthage and a former Senate elder, had participated in the naval battles of Carthage against the Greek city-states on the north coast of Italy when he was young. Later, he served as the commander of the navy several times, leading the battles against the Greek allied navy in Sicily led by Syracuse. He won more than he lost. He also bravely led a fleet along the route opened by the predecessors, crossing the Pillars of Hercules to the west and heading south along the coast to the middle of the African coast. He brought back some rare beasts and races with strange clothes and shiny black skin. Because of this, he became a hero of Carthage. But later, he got tired of Carthage's politics. Coupled with his old age, he voluntarily withdrew from the Senate and lived in seclusion in Utica. After several elders who knew him confirmed that he was in good health, the elders unanimously agreed to send a messenger to Utica to consult the wishes of this old man who did not belong to any faction. They wanted to see if he was willing to serve as the commander of the Carthage navy. Secondly, the Senate discussed the matter of whether to transfer back the new fleet defending the waters of Sardinia. After all, this new fleet was originally meant to protect the sea route of Sardinia. Now that it was crippled and did not play any role, there was not much point in continuing to stay in Sardinia. Instead, there was the danger of the entire fleet being wiped out. Now that the army of Dionia had also landed on Sicily, the pressure on the army of Carthage had increased, and the problem of logistics and supplies became even more prominent. It was necessary to ensure that the sea route between Sicily and Carthage was smooth in order to ensure that the 100,000 troops on the island could fight with all their might without any worries. This became the consensus of the elders of Carthage. For this reason, not only did they decide to transfer back the remaining new fleet and place it in the direction of Sicily, but they also had to incorporate the newly launched warships into it. At the same time, they urged the shipyards to speed up the construction of new warships. Chapter 970. Of course, it was not that there was no noise in the meeting hall. The Hanoverian senators repeatedly mentioned that Margot, the military commander, was afraid of the enemy and avoided war. Before the main force of Dionia had landed, he led the army to retreat in a panic, handing over all the previous gains to the enemy. He deserved to be severely reprimanded. In addition, there was a senator who cautiously suggested, from the current signs, Dionia may have pacified Rome and Samni in the north, and is concentrating on dealing with us, Carthage. The scale of the war will continue to expand, and the consumption of national power will also increase. If this continues, Carthage will not be able to support it. It is better to negotiate peace with Dionia. This kind of proposal did not cause too much of a stir in the meeting hall, because the knowledgeable people in the Senate realized that Carthage had reached the most critical moment. Just as Audiobook said, this war with Dionia is related to the future fate of Carthage. We must do our best to win this war. Even if we want to negotiate peace, we must use war to force the other party to take the initiative to negotiate. Only in this way, Carthage will not lose his own interests. The next day, Audiobook personally rushed to Utica and met with Morbar. He told him about the predicament that Carthage was currently facing, as well as the eagerness of the elders and the people for him to return and lead the navy out of its predicament to save Carthage. Out of his love for Carthage and a strong sense of responsibility, the 70-year-old old man agreed to be the commander of the navy. Margot's baiting plan did not succeed. The main force of Dionia was entrenched in Minoa and the surrounding hills, while Lazara's troops were still entrenched in Enna. Due to the previous bloody lesson in the small city of Paragonia, Margot did not take the initiative to launch an attack on the Dionia camp on the mountain. At the same time, considering the difficulty of supplying military food, he did not let Hasdrubal lead the army back to Caphelotian. Therefore, although the army gathered in the western part of Sicily, it remained calm. In the east, the battle was also calm, but the people in Syracuse were nervous. Although the two Dionia troops were busy building camps and building siege equipment, and did not launch an attack, the people in Syracuse knew that once the attack began, it would be very fierce. On the navy's side, Carthage's new fleet in Sardinia received the Senate's order. Onoba did not dare to disobey. While the Dionysian fleet had not started cruising in the early hours of the morning, he led the fleet back to the south. A day later, Mytilades noticed this sign and immediately sent a clipper to inform Sicily of his speculation that the Carthage fleet had given up defending the waters of Sardinia. The Devers who received the news did not immediately let the Third Fleet give up on attacking Sardinia and go south to Sicily to strengthen the navy's strength. These days, new warships from Greece were constantly added to the Sicilian fleet, causing the number of warships in this fleet to soar to 300, and it was still increasing. It was fully capable of dealing with the challenge of the Carthage navy alone. Sicerion led the strengthened main force of the Sicilian fleet to restation at the port of Serenus, and began a full blockade of the western part of Sicily. In Carthage, Onoba's mansion welcomed a guest. Onoba, who had already closed the door to welcome guests, heard the name of the guest from the servant, but he immediately went out to welcome him respectfully. After entering the living room, Morbar put his wooden staff aside and sat down on the main seat without any trace of politeness. He asked, "I heard that you will be questioned by the Senate tomorrow?" "Yes, teacher." Onoba was overjoyed and replied respectfully, "I've said before, don't call me teacher. Although I taught you how to command battles when you were the captain of the flagship, that is the inheritance that the Carthage navy should have. I do the same for every flagship captain," Morbar said without any trace of politeness. "I won't go to the Senate to plead for you, and I don't have that much time. I'm here to ask you, what are the combat characteristics of the Dionysian fleet? After all, you have fought with them a few times, so you should have a deeper understanding of them." Although Onoba was a little disappointed, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he recounted the two naval battles that he personally commanded. Of course, regarding the naval battle in Sardinia, in order to match the content of the battle report, he distorted the facts. In addition, he also talked about the naval battle of Thyedium and the ambush by the East Phoenician fleet. These were two naval battles that he did not participate in, but he had some understanding of. Morbar listened very seriously and did not interrupt Onoba's narration from the beginning to the end. However, the wrinkles on his face became more and more obvious. In the end, his two sparse white eyebrows were almost knitted together. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself for a long time before saying, "From what you've said, the Dionia have adopted a brand new tactic." "Yes, in my opinion, the Dionysian fleet likes to use gang-jumping tactics as the main tactic, supplemented by collisions. The other city-states in the Mediterranean Sea, including our Carthage navy, use collisions as the main tactic, supplemented by gang-jumping tactics. They are the complete opposite of us. However, unlike ordinary gang-jumping tactics, the so-called Raven battleship of the Dionia navy uses a kind of strange wooden bridge that can be used flexibly and steadily to connect with the battleships that approach it from all directions, thus maximizing the use of gang-jumping tactics." Hearing this, Morbar immediately pointed out, since the Dionia navy has installed a wooden bridge on their battleships, it will inevitably increase the weight of the battleships and destroy their balance. The speed and agility of their battleships will also be reduced. Have you ever formulated an effective tactic to target these 2 points? Onoba was speechless for a moment. Then, he explained, although I have only personally fought with the Dionia navy twice, they were both tactics that targeted the flaws of the Dionia battleships. Unfortunately, the first time, I wanted to make use of the wind and waves on the sea to aid our navy, but I didn't expect to cause a storm. The second time, I wanted to lead the Dionysian fleet far out to sea and defeat them through a pincer attack and the better control of our battleships, but in the end I was seen through by the enemy. Morbar did not say anything. Onoba calmed down and continued, "The Dionia Navy may have also realized the flaws of their fleet, so they have another type of battleship. It is narrower than the usual three-oared battleship, but faster and more agile. It can assist the Raven battleship in battle and make up for its clumsiness. These are the tactical characteristics of the Dionia Navy, but what we should pay more attention to is that although some people in the Senate think that the Dionia Navy has only been established for more than 10 years and is far from being comparable to our long tradition, I think that their fleet is well trained and their ship operating skills are no weaker than ours. The cooperation between the battleships is also quite good. They usually use a seemingly messy offensive formation, which can cause chaos in the opponent's formation after battle, but they can cooperate and protect each other in a chaotic battle. This is something that cannot be achieved without a long period of training. Also, I think that the Dionia Navy should have a complete set of communication signals when sailing on the sea, just like us, so they can quickly make adjustments when they are ambushed and unexpected. In addition, what we should pay attention to is that the morale of the Dionysian fleet is very high. In the ambush of the Phoenician fleet and the naval battle with Sardinia, the Dionia Navy was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but they were able to turn defeat into victory in the end. This also has a lot to do with this. Onoba talked non-stop. He tried his best to describe all the powerful aspects of the Dionia Navy that he knew. Of course, he was also subtly explaining to Morbar that the reason he had not won during his tenure as the Navy commander was not only because he was not lucky enough, but also because his opponents were too strong. He still hoped that the highly respected Morbar could speak up for him in the Senate. Morbar listened to Onoba's narration with a solemn expression. He still did not speak. He picked up his wooden staff, got up and walked out. After all, Onoba had been by Morbar's side for a few years and knew his character. He did not try to persuade him to stay, but respectfully sent him out. Morbar walked out of the door and stopped in his tracks. He said to Onoba seriously, "In Sardinia, it was a serious mistake for you to set up a circular formation to face the enemy. And it was even more wrong to lie about military intelligence." Onoba was greatly shocked. His hands and feet instantly turned cold. So this old guy had already found someone else to understand the details beforehand, but he still came here to talk about me. But if I were you, I might have also set up a circular formation at that time. Other than this, the tactics and strategies you implemented during your tenure as the Navy commander are not too wrong. Morbar's next words sounded in Onoba's ears like celestial music. Morbar raised his wooden staff and knocked Onoba's shoulder hard. He warned him, "When you are questioned by the Senate tomorrow, tell everything honestly. I will also express my opinion. I believe that anyone with a bit of brains will be able to judge whether it is right or wrong rationally." Onoba was overjoyed. He did not hesitate and immediately said, "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely tell you the details of all the battles truthfully." In reality, Morbar did not appear in the Senate the next day. However, he wrote a letter and sent it to the meeting place. In the letter, he defended Onoba's failure from a military point of view. At the same time, he hoped that this defeated general could become his assistant and help him fight against the increasingly powerful Dionia Navy. Morbar's prestige and Hanno's protection allowed Onoba to escape punishment from the Senate in the end. Morbar, who did not show up at the meeting place, was dragging his aged body and leading his subordinates to travel between Carthage and the ports of the neighboring city-states. He was learning about the progress of the new warships and recruiting experienced sailors. Chapter 971. In Minoa, after reading a battle report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, Divers was in a good mood. He said to his clerk, "Tectonus led the 9th Legion and the 3rd Cavalry Legion to completely defeat the enemies who invaded Apulia. He also captured the former Prince Vardalka, Prince Puchetti. So, the war in Apulia is over? Henoboris asked in surprise. The Devers nodded. The staff in the tent cheered. The core area of the Kingdom of Dionia had returned to peace and tranquility, and they could finally devote themselves to the war against Carthage without any worries. Your Majesty, do we need to transfer the 9th Legion and the 3rd Cavalry Legion to Sicily? Tormid asked. The Devers pondered for a moment and shook his head. We have already made a plan before. For the next period of time, we will adopt a defensive posture to confront Carthage's army. The current military strength is completely sufficient. The key is to see the performance of the navy. It would be a waste to transfer them at this time. I think it is better to let them go to the Middleades and strengthen the attack on Sardinia with the 3rd Fleet. Strive to capture the entire island and completely cut off its support to Carthage. At the same time, it will free up the 3rd Fleet to support Sicily. As for the defense of Apulia, judging from the current situation, there is no possibility of a major battle there. Let the 11th Legion take on the defense of the entire area. Yes, Your Majesty. I will convey your instructions to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Tormid agreed. He remembered something and reminded, do you want to assign an official commander to the 11th Legion? Master Capus has been acting as the commander of the 11th Legion for almost a year, and the Ministry of Military Affairs is now very busy. Helos has expressed to you several times, hoping to transfer him back to his original position to relieve their pressure. The Devers thought for a moment, nodded, and said, well, let Capus return to Turiae and continue to serve as the quartermaster. As for the commander of the 11th Legion, let Helos decide. But it must be done as soon as possible. We must ensure the stability of the 11th Legion. Woo! 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 With the sound of the bugle, the Dionia soldiers gave up on attacking the city and began to retreat. The Syracuse soldiers, who had been fighting for a whole day, let out cheers of victory. Many of them laid down on the walkways on the walls, too tired to stand up. Tiagenes, on the other hand, was more excited. He took off his helmet and wiped the sweat off his face. Ignoring his fatigue, he walked along the walkway and greeted the soldiers one by one, thanking them for their bravery in defending Syracuse. In the case of victory, the militia would naturally pay their respects to the West City Defense Commander. Not long after, his adjutant rushed over. Sir, the casualty statistics are out. We have 352 dead and 517 injured. After hearing this, Tiagenes smiled and said excitedly, today should be the fiercest attack by the Dionia, but they did not put much pressure on us, nor did they cause many casualties. If this goes on, we can definitely defend our city. On the contrary, the Dionia must have suffered more casualties today than we did. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Sir, you are right, the adjutant replied. It's a pity that the Dionia took their dead and injured soldiers with them when they retreated. We don't know how many casualties they suffered, but they left a lot of siege equipment outside the city. Send a small group of soldiers out of the city and burn them all. No! Tiagenes suddenly stopped in the middle of his sentence. He thought for a moment and said, dismantle a small part of Dionia's siege equipment and bring it into the city. Show it to the people as spoils of war. This will give them more confidence. The adjutant understood and hurried to supervise the operation. Tiagenes leaned on the battlements and looked down at the battlefield under the city. His heart was filled with pride. When the Dionia set up camp outside the east and west walls, everyone knew that the enemy outside the west wall was stronger. When the executive committee of generals discussed who should command the defense of the west wall, even Phalcus, who had many military experiences, hesitated. As the chief general, he volunteered to defend the west wall, and naturally it was passed easily. Judging from the battle over the past few days, he was more and more certain that his risk was right. The west wall was tall and strong, and it was close to the main city. Reinforcements could be received at any time, so it was completely defensible. Once the war was over, he could use the great achievement of defeating the Dionians to wash away the regret of not being able to join the rebellion against Dionysius all those years ago, establish a greater reputation among the people, and completely overwhelm the neutral faction led by Philippus. From then on, he would be free to unleash the vengeance in his heart. At this time, Theagenes stared at the blood-red sunset in the west. There was only one hope in his heart. Carthage's men could defeat the main force of Dionia as soon as possible. The people of Syracuse had gradually begun to get used to the life of war. Teams of sentries patrolled the long city wall in the middle of the night. After a day of hard fighting, the exhausted citizens slept soundly. The whole city was unusually quiet. Theagenes was no exception. He hurriedly ate his dinner and fell asleep until he was woken up by a servant. "Master, bad news. The Dionia have entered the city. The council has sent someone to summon you to the military council immediately." Theagenes, who was still drowsy, was suddenly startled awake. "What? The Dionia have entered the city? Nonsense. How is this possible?" He did not have much time to think. He hurriedly put on his clothes, mounted the horse prepared by the servant, and rushed to the council under the protection of a few cavalrymen. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was usually the time when people were sound asleep, but now the houses in the city were gradually lit up, and there was a hubbub of voices everywhere. "Bad news. The Dionia have entered the city, we are doomed." "What are you panicking for? I have already said that it is a rumor." "Hurry up! Hurry up! Bring me my armor, the city hall is urging us to assemble. Look after the children, hide at home and don't wander around." Cries, curses, dogs barking, horses neighing. The whole city was soon in an uproar, and the streets were soon filled with people. Theagenes finally made it to the council. Phalippus and the other generals were already in a heated discussion. "What the hell happened?" Theagenes asked anxiously. Phalippus looked at him and said with a serious expression, "The fortress of Mount Euryalus has been captured by the Dionia." "How is that possible?" Theagenes thought he had heard wrong. "That is the fortress of Euryalus, the most difficult place to capture in Syracuse. That is the truth." Phalippus' expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "The soldiers who escaped from there told us that at night, when the soldiers in the fortress were sound asleep, hundreds of Dionia quietly climbed the walls. Although they were discovered by the sentries, they quickly rushed into the fortress. Although the soldiers fought back, they were in a hurry, and many did not even have time to put on their armor. In fact, the soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade of Dionia did not wear armor, but compared to the poorly trained Syracuse militia, these elite soldiers of Dionia were like tigers in a pack of wolves. In the end, they were defeated by the Dionia, and only a small number of soldiers escaped. "Hurry up and send the army to take it back," Theagenes shouted anxiously. "I say, Chief General, I don't need you to remind me," Cucius said in an indifferent tone. Cucius said in a neutral tone, "We have already asked Stesicos to lead the army of the East City Barracks to take back Euryalus." The Syracuse General Executive Committee considered that if the Dionysian army suddenly attacked the city at night or early in the morning, the citizens of Syracuse would be able to defend the city in time to avoid delay and confusion during an emergency mobilization. Therefore, when the Dionysian army set up camp outside the city, the people of Syracuse also built two simple camps near the east and west gate. Every night, 2,000 militia camped there in case of emergencies. I still remember who was the one who boasted here a few days ago that he would definitely stop the Dionia attack and defend the West City. What about now? Cucius smirked and continued, "War is not that easy. In the end, it is up to us to defend Syracuse." Euryalus was located at the intersection of the east and west walls. The reason Theagenes was assigned to guard it was because he had considered the number and strength of the enemies on the west side, so he assigned more citizen soldiers to Tiagenes. Naturally, he was also in charge of the defense of the remote and distant Euryalus. Tiagenes did not raise any objections at the time. After all, the terrain was dangerous, and it was difficult to attack but easy to defend. Also, considering the difficulty of supplying food there, he only sent 200 soldiers to guard it. It had been peaceful for the past few days. If not for tonight's incident, he would have almost forgotten about the fortress. Hearing Kuchias's sarcastic remarks and seeing the strange gazes of several generals focused on him, Tiagenes felt his blood boiling. He tried to suppress the urge to explode and said in a calm tone, "Sending 200 soldiers to Euryalus is something that everyone agreed on. I don't remember anyone else realizing that the Dionia might attack from there and specifically emphasizing the need to strengthen the defenses there. But now that it has happened, we must take it back immediately. I will now lead the 2,000 soldiers of the West City Barracks to support Stesicos." Literary Hall. Chapter 972. No, don't send any more troops. Falcus, who had been watching from the sidelines, said, "The terrain of the Euryalus citadel is narrow. No matter how many troops there are, they won't be able to spread out. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the number of Dionia attacking the citadel should not be too many. As long as Stesicos can lead his troops to arrive in time, there is a chance to recapture it. What I'm worried about now is whether the Dionysian army will take this opportunity to attack us again." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What happened? The last Syracuse general, Hyctas, also arrived. "You're always the last to arrive." Kuchias knew that Hyctas lived at the port, which was the farthest from the council, but he could not help but complain. "If something happens to Syracuse, what can you do as a general?" Hyctas was used to his colleagues speaking to him in such a tone, but he always felt a little strange when he heard these unpleasant words in the past few days. Just like at this moment, his face became a little unsightly. Tiagenes, who felt the same, quickly said, "The Euryalus citadel has been captured by the Dionia. We are discussing how to recapture it." Hyctas looked surprised. He did not say anything more, but his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the faint sound of a bugle came from outside the door. Everyone was shocked again. Kuchias shouted in a slightly panicked tone, "It's our bugle! There's an enemy!" He quickly walked out of the door. After a while, he returned to the hall and said anxiously, "The sentries in the West City have reported that they found the Dionia soldiers gathering outside their camp. It seems that they are preparing to attack us." Everyone tensed up. "I'll go to the West City now and lead the soldiers in the barracks to organize the defense." Tiagenes immediately responded, "Parnassus, organize the mobilized militia as soon as possible and reinforce the West City as soon as possible." "Okay." Parnassus followed Tiagenes out of the hall. "I think the Dionia will attack from the east today. Kuchias, quickly gather the citizens in charge of defending the east side and rush to the eastern wall to defend," Phylacus said urgently. Kuchias accepted the order and left. "Hyctas, lead the port's militia here. If anything unexpected happens, immediately rush over to support them." Phylacus continued to give orders. Most of the citizens of Syracuse port served as the crew of the fleet, but 4,000 people were also deployed to participate in the defense of the city. Since most of them lived a difficult life, most of them served as light infantry and were not valued too much. Hearing this order, Hyptas thought more about it and did not respond in time. Phylacus could not help but be a little dissatisfied. "Did you hear what I said, Hyptas?" "I understand," Hyctas replied coldly. Phylacus glanced at him and did not have time to argue. He ordered another general to organize another 3,000 citizen soldiers to go to the north to provide support first. At the same time, he decided to personally organize the people in the city to go to the north to urgently build a defensive line. This was to prevent the enemy from easily advancing south in case they could not recapture the Euryalus fortress. The Euryalus fortress was a small square fortress surrounded by stone walls. There were residences, warehouses, cisterns and other facilities in the fortress. At least 300 soldiers could be stationed here for a long time. The walls of the Euryalus fortress also formed one side of the fortress. Once the enemy appeared, the soldiers in the fortress could quickly go to the top of the wall and stop the enemy. However, the many days of peace and the steep terrain made the soldiers of Syracuse, who had been living in peace for a long time, relax their vigilance. As a result, the Dionia mountain scouts succeeded in a sneak attack. After Tarentus led the soldiers to attack and capture the Euryalus fortress, he did not continue to attack the city of Syracuse. Instead, he defended the fortress and actively provided support for the reinforcement. Originally, the terrain on the west side of the Euryalus fortress was somewhat flat and lush with trees. Back then, Dionysius led the people to spend a long time to change the terrain and burn the trees and weeds under the city wall so that the sentries on the city wall could see the enemy's movements clearly. Unfortunately, after Dionysius' death, Syracuse had been in turmoil. Coupled with the fact that the external environment was relatively safe, no one paid attention to the city's defense anymore. Weeds and trees grew under the walls of the Euryalus fortress again, which helped the soldiers of the mountain scouts to sneak under the city wall. However, the narrow terrain also meant that not many soldiers could get close to the city wall. Therefore, most of the soldiers of the mountain scouts, as well as 2 heavy infantry battalions and 1 light infantry battalion of the 8th Legion, hid in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain to avoid being discovered by the sentries on the city wall. It was only when the ambushing soldiers climbed over the top of the city wall and snatched the torches from the sentries' hands. They waved the torches according to the rules and sent a signal to the foot of the mountain. The soldiers of the mountain scouts, the light infantry, and the heavy infantry then sped up the mountain. The soldiers of the mountain scouts charged at the front. These soldiers had undergone special training all year round. Even when they were climbing the mountain, their speed was still very fast. Very few of them fell behind. When they reached the bottom of the city wall, they did not stop to rest. Instead, they grabbed the ropes that the soldiers had hung down from the top of the city wall and climbed up quickly. When they reached the top of the city wall, they took down the leather shields and short swords on their backs and rushed into the fortress that was filled with the sounds of killing. The reinforcements arrived one after another and finally defeated the defending soldiers of Syracuse. While Tarentus was defending the fortress and the city wall and waiting for reinforcements, he also carefully examined the situation inside the fortress. In the end, what gave him a headache was that there were 2 openings on the wall facing the south of the fortress. However, there was no wooden door or anything else to open or close it. It turned out that when Dionysius built the fortress, he had purposely designed it this way so that the fortress could only defend against external attacks and not internal attack. It could be said that Dionysius's plan was very thorough. However, he did not expect that the sentries who came later had specially made 2 large wooden planks to cover the entrance of the cave at night so that it would not affect their sleep. Due to the high terrain, when the mountain wind blew past the entrance at night, not only was it cold, but it would also make a whoosh sound, which would seriously affect their rest. Tarentus found the 2 large wooden planks at the entrance of the cave. He then asked the soldiers to find many wooden blocks and stones from the warehouse and use them to block the entrance of the cave. However, he was still worried. In a moment of desperation, he thought of another solution. When the light infantry entered the fortress one after another, Tarentus heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, the ambitious Dionysius included the Epol highlands, Acradina, and other areas into the city of Syracuse, expanding the entire city area by a few times. In order to increase the population of the new city, he actively recruited as many mercenaries as possible to become the new citizens of Syracuse. At the same time, he also forcibly migrated the people of the conquered neighboring cities to Syracuse, such as Leontini and Cadenai. However, after the southern Italian war, the mercenaries were expelled, and most of the people who were forcibly migrated from other cities returned to their mother states. Coupled with the years of political turmoil, the population of Syracuse was now less than half of what it used to be. As a result, the vast Epirus highlands became sparsely populated, almost becoming a wasteland for the people of Syracuse to graze their cattle and sheep. Therefore, the defeated soldiers who escaped from the fortress of Euryalus could not find any help nearby. They could only run all the way south to the main city area and inform the member of the General Executive Committee who was on duty about the urgent military situation. Then, he would send troops to recapture the fortress. The shortcomings of Syracuse's large area and lack of manpower were exposed at this time. The fortress of Euryalus was miles away from the main city area. Moreover, it was late at night and the incident happened suddenly. When Stesichos led 2,000 soldiers to the fortress, it was already nearly an hour after the fortress fell. The well-planned and well-prepared Daionia assault troops, especially the 2 heavy infantry battalions, had already entered the fortress. Under the illumination of the fire, Stesichos saw that the top of the fortress was filled with Daionia soldiers, many of whom were wearing dazzling armor. What surprised him even more was that the 2 entrances were also blocked with wooden doors. Because he led his troops here in a hurry, he did not bring any siege equipment. Stesichos felt a headache coming on. According to Dionysius's design, the fortress of Euryalus was the center of defense at the northern end of the city wall. The sentries could only reach the top of the city wall through the fortress. Therefore, the sentries on the nearby walls were all sent out by the fortress. The nearest stone staircase to the fortress could only be found at the middle section of the eastern and western walls. Dionysius's design may have been based on safety considerations, but now it put Stesichos in a difficult position. If he led his troops to turn back and use the stone staircase to ascend the city wall, he would be giving the enemy too much time to breathe. Stesichos made a prompt decision and ordered his soldiers to quickly charge towards the fortress. They wanted to reach the stone wall as soon as possible and break through the stone staircase. At the same time, he ordered the orderly to rush back to the main city area and report the situation to the Military Executive Committee. The terrain of the fortress of Euryalus was high, so the Syracuse soldiers had no choice but to use their shields to protect their heads and attack forward. The Daionia infantrymen on the fortress did not need to shoot arrows at all. They lifted the stones and logs they brought from the warehouse and smashed them down. The stones and logs bounced along the terrain and rolled down, injuring several people at once. This caused the attacking Syracuse soldiers to complain incessantly. Not long after, their formation was broken. Stesichos had no choice but to regroup his soldiers and personally charge at the front. With great difficulty, he led his soldiers to the bottom of the wall, but they were immediately attacked by the Daionia soldiers on the wall. Javelins, arrows, stones and logs rained down. Many of the Syracuse soldiers were injured, and even Stesichos was shot in the arm by a sharp arrow. Chapter 973. The Syracuse army retreated in defeat once again. Not long after, another Syracuse general arrived with 3,000 soldiers. They saw the groaning wounded soldiers and a demoralized army. After understanding the entire battle with the injured Stesichos, both sides realized that the Daionia had made thorough preparations. Hence, it would be extremely difficult to recapture the Euryalus fortress. Both sides began to regret their neglect of the Euryalus fortress. Hence, the 2 of them joined forces and seriously planned the next attack. At this time, the person in charge of the defense of the Euryalus fortress was the 5th platoon leader of the 8th Legion, Diocassus. In the previous battle, one platoon leader of the 8th Legion was seriously injured, and the 1st platoon leader had been guarding Selinus. Hence, there were 2 vacancies in the position of platoon leader. Diocassus had been promoted from platoon leader to platoon leader due to his outstanding achievement. Leotychides, who thought highly of him, had entrusted such an important mission to him. Hence, even though they had repelled the enemies, he did not let his guard down. He summoned Terentius and the other 2 platoon leaders to discuss and perfect the defense plan of the fortress. After everything was arranged properly, he began to worry about the problem of food. To ensure that the raid would be successful, the soldiers did not bring along rations. There was some food in the warehouse of the fortress, but it was only enough for 200 people. However, for the 3,400 Dionysian army, Dio Cassius roughly estimated that it was only enough for one day. It was difficult to transport a large amount of food from the foot of the mountain and from outside the city to the fortress. This was also one of the reasons why Leotychides only sent 3,000 people here. At this time, Terentius found Dio Cassius and suggested, "We need doctors and nurses here. The injured soldiers are in urgent need of treatment and care." Dio Cassius saw his anxious expression and knew that he was worried about the injuries of the more than 20 soldiers from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. Previously, Terentius personally led 100 scouts and successfully climbed over the wall. He had to attack the fortress and block the few sentries who were rushing over from the walkways. He also had to send people to tie up the ropes hanging from the top of the wall. In a situation where the enemy was outnumbered, the scouts who acted as the vanguard fought against 10 enemies. Their swift and fierce attacks caused the defending troops, who were caught off guard, to be thrown into chaos. This created the conditions for the reinforcements to arrive. Of course, they also suffered some casualties because of this. "You're right." Dio Cassius immediately expressed his agreement and took the opportunity to say, "However, the mountain roads here are more difficult to traverse, and the sky is dark. However, these are not a problem for your scouts in the mountains. Therefore, I hope that you can send a small team of soldiers down the mountain to the medical camp and bring a few doctors and nurses up. Also, bring some engineers and carpenters along the way." Terentius was stunned. "Engineers and carpenters? Do you want them to install ballistae on the fortress?" "That's one reason," Dio Cassius said with a serious expression. "In addition, I also want them to install a pulley device on the city walls. It will be able to conveniently pull the supplies that are transported to the city walls." "I will immediately send 2 small teams down the mountain," Terentius immediately promised. At this moment, a soldier came in and said anxiously, "Captain, the enemy has started attacking." Dio Cassius and Terentius looked at each other, then quickly walked out of the dormitory and went up to the top of the city wall. This time, the Syracuse army not only attacked the fortress from the south, but there were also many soldiers on the walkways on the east and west walls that were rapidly approaching the fortress. The messengers sent by Stesichos told Theagenes and Phalcus about the difficulties encountered by the army in attacking the fortress. Although the Dionysian army outside the west wall had already started attacking, and the Dionia allied army outside the east wall was also gathering, in order to recapture the fortress and destroy the enemies that had invaded the city, the 2 generals still sent a few hundred soldiers along the walkways on the city wall, marching north and participating in the attack. The enemies were attacking from 3 directions at the same time, but Dio Cassius was not nervous, because they had already made arrangements in advance. The further north one went, the narrower the walkways on the walls of Syracuse became. After all, it was not easy to build a wall on high ground, and with the addition of the terrain, it would not be easy for the enemy to attack. There was no need to build a tall and thick wall like the walls near the main city. Therefore, the walkways on the east and west walls near the intersection were only wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. Dio Cassius sent 2 heavy infantry companies to guard the walkways on both sides. They formed an extremely thick shield and spear wall, preventing the enemy from attempting to enter the fortress through the walls. At the same time, the light infantry on the east and west stone walls of the fortress picked up their bows and javelins, firing long-range attacks at the enemies on the walkways not far from them. It was already very difficult for the Syracuse soldiers on the walkways to break through the blockade of the Dionia heavy infantry. This was because the walls were built along the terrain, and the intersection was the highest position. They also had to attack up, but at the same time, they had to guard against the side fire from the fortress. They could only use 30 to 40% of their strength, which posed no threat to the Dionia soldiers in front of them. In the face of the countless Syracuse soldiers surging towards them from the south, the Dionian soldiers on the fortress took out round straw cages that had already been made. They poured tar on them, lit them with fire, and threw them down. Huge fireballs rolled along the terrain and into the attacking army of Syracuse, instantly causing great chaos. The soldiers retreated in a panic, pushing and shoving each other. Many of them fell and were injured. These straw cages stored in the warehouse were originally reserved by the Syracuse garrison to deal with the enemies who struggled to climb up the mountain to attack the city. The Dionia soldiers used them to attack their original owners, and the effect was just as good. When the news of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade successfully capturing the Euryalus fortress was quickly reported to Leotychides, he did not hesitate to gather the army in the camp and once again gave the order to storm the city. Although the army had just carried out a fierce siege yesterday and paid a lot of casualties, that was to create the conditions for the night attack of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. Now they had to continue to create the conditions for the troops occupying the Euryalus fortress to gain a foothold in the city. Therefore, Leotychides sent out 10,000 soldiers, carrying ladders and pushing siege equipment, divided into 3 waves, to attack the entire section of the wall from the middle of the west wall to the sea. In addition, he also retained a heavy infantry brigade and 2 light armor brigades, a total of 3,000 soldiers, as reserves. The purpose was not only to support the siege, but he had a deeper expectation. If the development of the battle was favorable to his side, he would consider putting this reserve force into the Euryalus fortress in the north, to rendezvous with the original troops and win the battle in one fell swoop. For this reason, he sent out a lot of messengers, hoping to maintain close contact with the troops in the Euryalus fortress and always understand the dynamics inside. At the same time, he also sent messengers to the east of Syracuse to inform Xanthoparis of the good news of the successful night attack, and hoped that he would urge the coalition forces to increase the attack on the east. Most of the Syracuse militia were engaged in fierce battles with the Dionia in the east, west, and north, but there was an army that was more leisurely. In the square next to the Temple of Apollo, the 4,000 soldiers from the port area did not seem to have a sense of urgency about the upcoming battle. They were sitting, lying, chatting, playing games, or sleeping compared to the soldiers' ease, as the commander of this army, Hyctas, who sat on the platform of the square, seemed to have a lot on his mind. But what he did not know was that among the thousands of soldiers resting below the platform, there were a few pairs of eyes that had been watching him. "Artemis, it's been so many days, and this old guy still hasn't taken any action. It seems that he doesn't plan to join our kingdom. If he doesn't want to join us, we might as well ignore him and go directly to Samaratus and the others. They are more familiar with us and have a better impression of the kingdom. I believe we can definitely convince them to join the kingdom. Don't worry, if Hyctas is really determined to protect Syracuse, he would have sent people to arrest me long ago, and then reorganize the entire port area. But he did not do so, which means that he still has some thoughts about my proposal, but he is still hesitating. We need to give him some time to continue to persuade him. Moreover, he has a high prestige in the port area. If he does not join us, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Samaratus and the others to convince most of the port people to join us. By then, the news will have been exposed, and it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the Syracuse Council. Then, not only will our previous efforts be in vain, but it will also affect the progress of Commander Prososus's attack on Syracuse, and affect the kingdom's war against Carthage. Artemis, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. There was quite a commotion in the city just now. I heard that our army has occupied Euryalus fortress, and Sir Prososus and Sir Xanthoparis are leading the army to attack the city. Syracuse's militia has basically been sent out to fight, and only the army at the port is left. What a great opportunity this is! Think about it, if Hyctes leads these 4,000 soldiers to start a riot, Syracuse won't have any extra troops to quell the riot. Whether he leads the army to the west or the east to attack the defending army, it will cause the defeat of Syracuse's army, and our army can successfully break through the city. That's right. Artemis, did you hear that? Our army is attacking fiercely. We must seize this great opportunity created by the lives and blood of our soldiers. Alright, let me think about it. I think we might as well take the risk. Since Hyctes can't make up his mind, we'll force him to make a choice. If we do this. Chapter 974. Not long after, the soldiers gathered in twos and threes, and the content of everyone's conversation changed. Do you know? I learned a shocking piece of news from Hyctes' most trusted servant, Phalba, the day before yesterday. What shocking news! Hyctes secretly met with the messenger sent by the king of Dionia in his living room. What? Hey, shut your mouth. Don't talk nonsense and tarnish Lord Hyctes' reputation. It's true. I heard it from the drunk Phalba in the tavern. He also said that the messenger from Dionia brought the promise from the king of Dionia. As long as Lord Hyctes leads the people of the port area to surrender to the kingdom of Dionia, then we can immediately become citizens of the kingdom of Dionia. We can have a fertile land and can take up various public positions in the kingdom according to our abilities. Our children can also enjoy an almost free education. We can also serve in the military. The Greeks are proud of serving in the military, but this mainly refers to cavalry and heavy infantry. For the poor and free people with low status, they can only serve as light infantry and sailors. There is no honor to speak of. We can also receive rewards according to our military achievements and even be promoted to become generals. Just like the current Catanians? Yes, by then, we will be citizens of the kingdom of Dionia like the Catanians and naturally enjoy the same rights. As Catanians' neighbors, the people of the port area not only witnessed it develop from ruins into a bustling city over the past 10 years, but also learned from the sea merchants that the Catanians lived a generous and free life. They had long been envious of them. Many of the Catanians were originally free people and even slaves living in the port of Syracuse. They can live such a rich life, why can't we? The people of the port area felt puzzled and unwilling more than once. Now that the opportunity seemed to be in front of them, the audience couldn't sit still. Did Hyctes agree? Sigh, if he agreed, we wouldn't be here. But haven't you noticed that his mood is a little off these days? Oh, no wonder I felt that he was acting weird these days. I met him on the road and greeted him, but he didn't seem to hear me. He was thinking about something with his head lowered. Hey, I said we're citizens of Syracuse, and Dionia is our enemy. Hippolytus was right to refuse them. He should have seized the emissary immediately and sent him to the council. That's right, Hyctes is confused. If the other generals know about this, he won't be able to explain himself. He might even be punished and lose his position as a general. Don't be so full of yourself. Since when did the people in the city treat us as citizens of Syracuse? They took away our land and only gave us a small number of seats in the council. Many of the proposals related to our interests couldn't be passed. That's right. That's right. If the people of Syracuse don't welcome us, why should we risk our lives to protect it? Do you know, in the past, the lives of the people in the port were even more miserable. We were oppressed by the people in the city. Let alone owning land, we didn't even have the right to participate in the citizens' assembly. We were only slightly better than slaves. It was with the help of the people of Dionia that the people in the port united and forced the council to make some concessions. We obtained some rights, but are these enough to satisfy us? If you want to live the life of the people of Catani, this is a great opportunity. They heard that the people of Dionia have captured the Euryalus fortress, and the people in the council were terrified. They have sent all the men in the city to defend against the attack of the people of Dionia. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transferred us to the most sacred place in the city as a backup. As long as Hyctise leads us to pledge allegiance to Dionia, we can help Dionia seize Syracuse and truly become their citizens. Hyctise once thought that Artemis was the only Dionia spy lurking in the city of Syracuse, but he was wrong. Perhaps in the Africa and Iberian region, the intelligence department of Dionia was too far away to arrange manpower. However, how could Aristyras ignore such a strategically important neighbor like Syracuse who had so many grievances with Dionia? For more than 10 years, there were no less than 10 subordinates arranged to lurk in the port area. Who knew how many port people were influenced by them and had a good impression of Dionia. Therefore, once Artemis and the others began to implement their plan, soon the soldiers in the entire square were discussing about the secret conversation between the envoy of Dionia and Hyctise. The first person to discover the abnormality in the square was not Hyctise, who had been thinking about the problem on the platform, but his enemy Seleucus in the square. As one of the senior officers of this unit, he was shocked after hearing the content of the soldiers' conversation. However, he immediately realized that this might be a good opportunity for him, so he hurriedly invited a few senior officers who were also at odds with Hyctise to come to the platform and questioned him aggressively. Hyctise, so you have colluded with Dionia and are preparing to betray our Syracuse. The absent-minded Hypkidas was startled by Seleucus' words. After a moment, he came back to his senses. Glaring at Seleucus and the others, he said angrily, Seleucus, have you lost your mind for the sake of the position of Generalissimo? Colluding with foreign enemies is a great crime of treason. Don't blame me for being impolite if you slander me like this. Seleucus was not afraid at all and sneered, I'm not slandering you. Use your ears and listen carefully to what the thousands of people in the square are saying. They are all witnesses to your judgment of the enemy. You don't have to be angry at me. When the council sends someone over, you will have the chance to be angry. Seleucus laughed wantonly, taking the opportunity to vent the resentment he had been suppressed by Hyctise. He and Hyctise had been fighting for years, so he had a better understanding of him. Just by looking at the sudden change in Hyctise' expression when he was suddenly questioned, he knew in his heart that this matter was likely to be true. Hyctise' expression changed when he heard this. Without waiting for him to defend himself, Seleucus, who already had an answer in his heart, did not want to argue with him anymore. He turned around and walked down the platform, ready to return to his unit and wait for the council to deal with Hyctise. Then, he would smoothly take over the long-awaited power. However, a group of people blocked his way. Zamorites. Seleucus raised his head proudly and said disdainfully, Your uncle is finished. No one will protect you in the future. If you go against me again, don't think about staying in the port anymore. Get lost. Zamorites looked at him coldly. I'd like to see who is in the port. Before he could finish his words, a man beside him suddenly rushed forward, took out a dagger hidden in his arms, and stabbed Samaratus's chest several times in a swift and agile manner. Seleucus immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to speak, he suddenly fell to the ground, no longer alive. Zamorites was stunned by the sudden change in front of him and could not react for a moment. What are you doing? The high-ranking officers who were following Seleucus panicked and cried out, Murder! Murder! They wanted to turn around and escape, but they were caught by Artemis, who was already prepared. Then, Artemis patted the assassin on the shoulder and praised loudly, Good job! You deserve the credit today. The assassin smiled. The blood on his face intertwined with his dark skin, making him look a little scary. Thank you, boss. Chryskis. Zamorites finally recognized the assassin and was very surprised. This Chryskis came to the port of Syracuse 2 years ago. He claimed to be a refugee from Greece, and had been working as a laborer in the port. He was simple and honest, always doing the most work and getting the least pay. He was also often bullied. When Chryskis heard about this, out of kindness, he took the initiative to let his men bring him to the port under his jurisdiction and treat him fairly. However, he did not expect such an honest person to be such a vicious person. He seemed to be Artemis's subordinate. Thinking of this, Zamoritas could not help but feel his hair stand on end. At this time, Artemis seemed to know what he was thinking and said to him seriously, "This is the only way to force your uncle to make up his mind as soon as possible." After saying that, he strode towards Hyctas. Zamoritas hesitated for a moment, but he followed closely. Hyctas had already understood the situation on the square, and saw what happened just now. Facing Artemis, he seemed relatively calm at the moment. "Did you arrange all this?" he asked. Artemis understood what he was referring to, but did not respond. Instead, he said, "Seleucus has already sent someone to the council to inform them, and, look." Artemis pointed at the square. Some of the soldiers led by Seleucus saw their captain was killed, and wanted to rush to the platform to seek justice. However, they were forcibly stopped by Zamoritas' men. Both sides had already clashed. "Not only for yourself, but for the people of the port of Syracuse. You must make a decision immediately." Artemis said in a deep voice, "Do the people of Dionia really care about the people of the port of Syracuse?" Hyctas was depressed and could not help but mock Artemis. "Uncle." Zamoritas could not help but speak up. Chapter 975. Samaratus was the son of Tethys. Tethys was originally an old sailor in the port area of Syracuse. He was highly respected because of his excellent sailing skills and rich experience. During the Southern Italian War, he and a few others united the people of the port area with the help of the people of Syracuse and helped Herolas overthrow the tyranny of Dionysius. Later, during Herolas's first rule in Syracuse, he was elected as a general. However, Theagenes and Phylacus conspired to drive Herolas out and rescinded some of the policies implemented by Herolas during his rule. This involved the interests of the people of the port area, such as asking the people of the port area to return the land of the former mercenaries. Tethys was furious when he heard about this. He rushed to the council and argued with Theagenes and Phylacus. In the end, they had a huge argument and he returned home in anger. When he got home, he fell to the ground and died of depression. Samaratus was still young at that time, but he hated Theagenes and Phylacus because of this. Moreover, Tethys would often talk about how the people of Dionia had helped them in the past, so Samaratus had always had a good impression of the people of Dionia. How could the people of the port forget that Tethys had died for the interests of the people of the port area? When the situation in Syracuse stabilized, the people of the port area gained some more power. They elected Tethys' younger brother, Hyptas, as their general. Because of Tethys, Samaratus, who had grown up, gradually gained popularity in the port area. At this time, Samaratus reminded loudly, "Have you forgotten how my father died? Have you forgotten what they did to you?" Seleucus, a despicable man, was able to enter the council because of Theagenes' support. He kept fabricating facts to slander your reputation and promote himself. In the end, he became a hero in the eyes of the people who did not know the truth. These high-ranking officers, which one of them has not received benefits from Phylacus and the others? They always oppose your proposals in the council, so your proposals can never be passed in the council. As a result, the people of the port area think that you are incompetent and unable to get anything done. And why are the soldiers below the stage so willing to follow Seleucus and the others, but you can't command them? Because only their fertile land has not been taken away by the council. Theagenes and the others are doing this on purpose, so that the people of the port area will no longer be united, hate each other, and fight each other. If this goes on, my father and uncle's hard work will all be in vain. We will lose everything and become the poor people of the port area again, completely at the mercy of the people in the city. Uncle, we can't go on like this. We have had enough of Syracuse's treachery and of Syracuse. We want to live a rich life. Samaratos's words hit Hikita's heart. He looked at his nephew with a painful and dignified gaze, but in the end it turned into a gentle one. He said emotionally, Samaratos, you've really grown up. Your father will be very pleased. Then he strode to the platform. Facing the chaotic square, he pointed at the soldiers who were rushing to the platform with his right hand and shouted with a serious expression, Brothers of the port, I am your commander, Hypus. These soldiers are traitors to the people of the port. Now I order you to pick up your weapons, attack them, and take them all down. Hypus had been a general representing the people of the port area for several years. Although he was suppressed and isolated by the Democrats and neutrals of the council, causing some port area people to be dissatisfied with him and misunderstood him, he was still the most prestigious person in the port area. There were still many people who believed in him and followed him. What's more, shouting, Hypus is killing people. He is a traitor. He is going to betray Syracuse. Most of these soldiers who wanted to kill their way to the platform and rescue the captured senior officers were deliberately taken care of by the council. Their lives were not bad. The disparity in wealth and political rights made them naturally feel superior when facing their former companions. Arrogance and contempt led to deeper and deeper estrangement. And Septicus's order gave the inferiority complex soldiers a chance to retaliate. Coupled with the intentional guidance of Artemis's men, more than half of the soldiers brandished spears and daggers and attacked the enemy that Septicus had pointed out. These soldiers who were anxious to snatch back their officers were basically gathered under the platform. When they heard Hypus' words, some soldiers felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and escape. Some soldiers instead increased their attacks, wanting to rush to the platform and capture Hypus to solve their own crisis. Some soldiers even dared to throw javelins at Hypus. Because they were located in the center of the front of the square, other soldiers responded to the call and quickly surrounded them, attacking them from all sides. The soldiers on the platform also threw javelins at them from above. Without the command of a senior officer, it was difficult for them to organize an effective defense. The fierce attacks around them made them even more terrified. It did not take long for the voices of people asking to surrender to continue to ring in the encirclement. However, the murderous port soldiers did not stop attacking. They constantly stabbed the weapons in their hands at their former companions, and the shrill screams lasted for a long time. Uncle. Even Zamorites, who had previously asked to betray Syracuse, felt a little reluctant. Since we have decided to rely on Dionia, we need a group of soldiers who are willing to follow us and are very united. So it is very necessary to kill them. Hypus was indecisive and hesitant before, but once he made a decision, he seemed to have changed into a different person. After saying this sentence coldly, he silently looked on with his hands folded. Samaratos was deep in thought when he heard this. At this time, the guard on the side suddenly shouted, Sir Hypus, look! The council has sent people. Hypus quickly turned his head and saw two people in white Bolton appeared on the edge of the south side of the square, followed by a small group of soldiers. Samaratos, take a team and capture them all. Hyptas immediately said. Zamorites took the order and left. The people sent by the council, although their line of sight was blocked by the dense crowd in front of them and they could not see what was happening in the square, the screams clearly reached their ears. So, they felt that something was wrong and turned to flee without stopping. Seeing that the capture had failed on the platform, Hypus's face became even gloomier. He turned to the guards and said in a deep voice, Hurry up and attack. More than 10 minutes later, the sounds of fighting and screams in the square gradually subsided. The platform was full of corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The soldiers held spears in their hands and looked at the corpses of their former comrades. The fighting intent in their eyes gradually turned into confusion. At this time, Hypus, who was on the platform, said loudly, "Brothers, we have no way out. Follow me, we will join the kingdom of Dionia together. More than a decade ago, Tethys and your fathers won our dignity through battle. Today we will also fight for a brand new future for us." As soon as his voice fell, someone below the platform responded loudly, "Hypus, we are willing to follow you and fight those damn people in the city. Defeat the people in the city and take back everything we have lost. Join Dionia, we want to live like the Catanai people." The atmosphere in the square was boiling again, and the mood of the soldiers became fanatical again. Hypus took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Follow me, let's go back to the port first." The soldiers responded loudly. However, Samaratus was a little puzzled. Go back to the port? Why not directly attack the city? You don't understand, Hypus said seriously. Hyctes said sternly, "Although it seems that there are no extra troops in the city, the council did not recruit citizens over 50 years old before. Most of these citizens have participated in the southern Italian war and the subsequent civil strife. Although their bodies are not as good as before, they are experienced and most of them are heavy infantry. The council has already discovered the changes here. I am afraid they have already begun to recruit these citizens. In the main city, they can gather at least more than 3,000 people. Look at us." Samaratus subconsciously looked at the square. At this time, the square was much emptier than before. The number of soldiers had been reduced by nearly half, including more than 500 soldiers who had been killed. There were also some who did not agree with Hypus and did not want to betray Syracuse, so they quietly ran away. Most of the soldiers who stayed were light infantry. Seeing that Samaratus was silent, Hypus continued, "When we return to the port, there are many sailors who are willing to follow us. We can rely on the inner wall to resist the attack of the council. We can also get in touch with the army of Syracuse outside the city through ship. What do you think?" Hypus' last question was not asked to his nephew, but to Artemis. Although he still had a little resentment towards the spy of Dionia for using this method to force him, he had to show respect to him now to improve the bad impression that his previous hesitation might have caused the people of Dionia to have him. The plan had succeeded. Artemis was overjoyed, and her attitude became humble. "Lord Hyctes, you are the commander of this army, and you know the situation in the city best. Everything is up to you. If you need me to contact the army outside the city, I am willing to carry out your orders." "Good. Good." Hypus looked grateful, then shouted to the soldiers around him, "Follow me, let's go to the port." Chapter 976. There were 3 ports in Syracuse. The smallest one was on Ortygia Island. There were only 2 docks and very few ships. There was a small port on the north side of the isthmus connecting Ortygia Island and the city. It was an early trading port in Syracuse. Later, as the city expanded, the population increased, and the maritime trade flourished, the small port was no longer enough, so a bigger port was built. The bigger port referred to the pocket-like bay west of Syracuse. The real bigger port was only a small part of the northeast corner of the bay. It was 2 miles south of the isthmus of Ortygia Island. It used to be a part of the swamp, but was later filled up by the people of Syracuse to build the port. The freedmen and slaves who poured into Syracuse to work for the port had to continue to fill up the swamp and build simple houses in order to have enough space to live. This also caused the city wall near the bay to keep moving west. Among the many derogatory nicknames given to the people of the port area by the citizens of the city, Swamp Man was the most commonly used. Chisidas led more than 2,000 soldiers and marched southwest quickly. They did not encounter any major obstacles along the way. In fact, Theagenes, who was defending the western part of the city, had already received urgent news from the council that there had been a rebellion in the Hipparchus and that they were attacking the council. He was asked to immediately send 2,000 heavy infantry to the council to destroy the rebellion and prevent the council from being attacked. As Chacidas had expected, the people of the council were urgently recruiting old citizens. However, he did not expect that military mobilization would take time. The square was too close to the council, and the councillors were worried about their own safety. They could not wait for the new army to be formed, so they sent people to ask for help from Tiagenes, who was closest to them. The councillors described the situation as very serious. Tiagenes was shocked and became very anxious. Due to the occupation of Euryalus, the council had sent more than 6,000 soldiers, including those on both sides of the city wall. In addition to the extensive and fierce attack on the city by the army of Syracuse, all of Tiagenes' troops under his command were defending the city. He did not have any extra soldiers around him, so he had to quickly transfer troops from the defending troops on the city wall. He had mobilized nearly 1,000 soldiers. This was the largest number of soldiers he could squeeze out with all his might. Because of this, the defense of the entire city became even more strained. Nearly 1,000 soldiers rushed to the main city. At this time, Hicktas led more than 2,000 soldiers to the port. Separated by a few streets, the two sides crossed each other. Hicktas led his troops to the inner wall. This was the wall built by the people of Syracuse to separate the people in the port area. Every day, a team of citizen soldiers in Syracuse was stationed there. If the goods in the port, foreign merchants, and foreign sailors wanted to enter the main city, they had to go through their inspection. When the people in the port area went to the city, they naturally had to pass through this checkpoint. They would inevitably be questioned. The people in the port area had always thought that this was the strongest evidence that Syracuse treated them unequally, and it was also a thorn in their hearts. Previously, after the overthrow of Dionysius, Tethys and the others had proposed to Heroas to dismantle this inner wall. Heroas did not agree, but agreed that the soldiers stationed on the inner wall would be the citizens of the port. However, after Heroas' death, the council once again replaced the soldiers stationed on the inner wall with citizens of the city. This inner wall had actually become an irremovable barrier between the people of the port area and the citizens of the city. Because this inner wall was mainly aimed at the port area and played the role of isolation and inspection, it was not built as tall and strong as the outer wall. After Hicktas arrived with his troops, he did not speak to the team officers here at all. He directly ordered the soldiers to kill their way up the stone stairs on the inside of the wall. At the same time, he ordered the other soldiers to throw javelins at the defenders at the top of the wall. Usually, there were 20 soldiers stationed here. After Tethys sent reinforcements to the council, he also thought of the importance of this place. However, he was really short of troops and only sent 150 people. He originally thought that after Hicktas attacked the council and was defeated, the inner wall could cut off their retreat to the port. Then, the pursuers could surround and destroy them here. He did not expect that Hicktas did not attack the council at all. Instead, he directly returned to the port. As a result, under the full attack of more than 2,000 people, the 150 defenders were quickly defeated. Hicktas led the troops through the inner wall and entered the port area. He asked Zamoritas to take people to tell the people in the port area that he had decided to join the kingdom of Dionia, hoping to get their support, and to make all defensive preparations to deal with the upcoming attack of the Syracuse army. At the same time, he led the main force straight to the military port. The military port was located not far to the north of the commercial port. It had been expanded many times. In the later period of the reign of Dionysius, it could accommodate 500 three-decker warships and 100,000 crew members. However, there were only 50 warships, 30 of which were three-decker warships, anchored in the military port. There were about 7,000 people in the military port, most of whom were from the port area. Nearly half of the crew members from the port area were poor freedmen. A very small number of people were from the city. They were the port guards, the captain, and the deck soldiers. Because it was during the war, the council required that the fleet crew must gather at the military port early every morning, then take their positions on the warships, and be ready to attack at any time. However, there were only more than 100 people guarding the port. Even if the soldiers on the warships were included, the total number did not exceed 400. They could ensure the safety of the military port and command the warships because the people in the port area basically followed the laws of Syracuse. Now, Hyctes led the army to the military port. Without saying a word, he directly ordered the soldiers to attack. He also arranged some people to shout into the military port, "Brothers in the port area, you no longer have to worry about fighting with the powerful Dionysian fleet. General Hyctes has led us to join the kingdom of Dionia. Quickly pick up the weapons in your hands and occupy this military port with us. Then become a Dionysian citizen and get fertile land." As half of the sailors in Syracuse were free people, it was easy for them to be infiltrated by Dionia's Sicilian intelligence department. These spies often preached among the sailors about the terror of the Dionia navy and the benefits that free people enjoyed after joining the kingdom, causing the sailors to love and fear Dionia. Ever since Syracuse tore up the agreement and formed an alliance with Carthage to wage war against Dionia, the Syracuse navy avoided the war in the beginning because the council wanted to preserve their strength. Later, under the strong request of Carthage, the navy of Dionia did patrol the sea. However, after discovering the warships of Dionia from afar, even if the commander wanted to fight, the sailors did not have the will to fight and used various methods to delay the execution. Therefore, until now, the navy of Syracuse had not fought with the Dionysian fleet, nor had they attacked the ships of Dionia. Now, the sailors heard the familiar shouts of the soldiers outside the military port. Under the leadership of the Dionia spies, they picked up wooden oars and daggers and swarmed forward. They quickly knocked down the captain and deck soldiers of the warship, then jumped off the ship and rushed to the garrison of the military port, who was struggling to defend against the attack of Hyctes. Hyctes did not feel relaxed even though he had occupied the military port. He knew that the council would soon send troops and time was very tight, so he solemnly said to Artemis, "I've done what you wanted me to do. I need your help next." 100 meters away from the west gate of Syracuse, Leotychides, who was fully dressed in military attire, stood facing the city wall like a statue. The battle had lasted for 4 hours. The sun had risen to the middle of the sky, but he basically stood there and did not move at all. He was focused on the battle in front of him. The soldiers who fell from ladders, the soldiers who were smashed by stones and wood, the siege vehicles that were set ablaze by fire arrows, and the soldiers who were trapped in the siege towers screamed incessantly. However, none of them moved his frozen face. On the other hand, his adjutant, Tagru, was worried about the fierce battle. At this moment, a messenger rushed over from the front. Tagru quickly went to greet him. After a while, he rushed to Leotychides and said, "Sir Commander, the 1st Battalion commander of the 7th Legion, Amphides, said that the siege troops he led have suffered too many casualties. He hopes to withdraw immediately and let the next wave of troops take over." Leotychides said without hesitation, "Tell him that he is not allowed to retreat. Continue the attack, or else he will be punished according to military law." After hearing this, Tagru hesitated for a while and said, "Sir Commander, they are the 7th Legion." "What about the 7th Legion?" Leotychides' face darkened. "As the commander, I treat the 7th Legion and the 8th Legion the same way. In the last wave of attack, the 8th Legion held on for more than 2 hours. It was really difficult to hold on, so I changed to the 7th Legion." "How long have they been fighting?" "About an hour." Facing Leotychides' sharp gaze, Tagru said softly, "Only an hour. The soldiers of the 8th Legion who retreated have not gotten enough rest. Let them continue fighting for another hour." Leotychides said coldly, "Yes." As Tagru was about to inform the messenger, He heard Leotychides say, "Logically speaking, the 7th Legion should be able to fight for longer. Did you notice that the defense of Carthage's men is weakening?" Leotychides looked at the battle in front of him. Instead of saying that he was asking for Tagru's opinion, it was more accurate to say that he was analyzing the situation to himself. In this period of time, from what I can see, our soldiers have climbed up the wall using ladders twice. They held on for at least 5 minutes before they were chased down. This situation did not occur yesterday at this time. Also, our light infantry soldiers standing on the mobile towers have not been replaced. They have been replaced twice at this time yesterday. What does this mean? Leotychides' voice suddenly became louder. This means that the defense of Syracuse is weaker than yesterday. They must have transferred a lot of soldiers to retake Euryalus citadel. That is why the defense at the top of the wall is not strong enough. Chapter 977. As Leotychides spoke, he looked at the top of the city wall in front of him. The enemies on the wall were closely lined up, and there were no obvious gaps. He could not see the distribution of troops behind them, but he was still very confident. "Since the defense of Syracuse is weakening, you will personally inform the captain of the 7th Legion. Tell him to ignore the casualties and continue to attack. Put more pressure on the defenders of Syracuse." Yes. Tagru had no choice but to accept the order and leave. Leotychides turned his gaze towards the northeast. Although he could not see the location of Euryalus, he was hoping that Diocassus would be able to lead the army to repel the enemy's attack. When that happened, he might be able to send the 3,000 reserve soldiers to Euryalus. While he was deep in thought, a scout galloped towards him from the south. "Reporting, Lord Commander. There are about 40 warships of Syracuse sailing out of the port, and they are heading towards our camp." Leotychides was stunned. "The people of Syracuse are planning to attack my camp from the sea?" He then thought, could it be that the defense of Syracuse is weakening because they have deployed their soldiers to attack my rear while I am busy attacking the city? Since the Dionia camp was only 4 miles away from Syracuse, there were only 200 soldiers stationed at the camp. Moreover, there was a large amount of food stored in the camp. Of course, they could not afford to lose it. However, Leotychides was not nervous. He even hoped that the people of Syracuse would attack the camp. That way, he could destroy more of the enemy's forces. Therefore, he sent a messenger to inform the 3,000 soldiers who were resting not far away to return to the camp. However, they had to move slowly. Just as Leotychides gave the order, a small group of cavalry galloped towards them from the south. The captain beside Leotychides led his guards to welcome them. Very quickly, he returned with a few people. When the first person saw Leotychides, he immediately shouted, "Lord Commander, I am Lord Xenophanes' subordinate. I have important information to report to you." Although this person was unfamiliar to Leotychides, he could not help but feel moved when he heard the name Xenophanes. Xenophanes was the person in charge of Dionia's intelligence department in Sicily. Whether it was in quelling the Sycir rebellion a few years ago, or in this war with Carthage, he had provided great help to Leotychide. Therefore, Leotychides suddenly had a lot of hope in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face. He still maintained his vigilance and said faintly, "I have never seen you before. How can you prove it?" The person quietly took out a thumb-sized object from his pocket and handed it to the captain. Then, he said softly, "Balharman." Previously, when Leotychides led his army to the west of Sicily, Xenophanes could not always be by his side and provide intelligence. Therefore, he told Leotychides that as long as there was someone in the west of Sicily who held the iron statue of the sleeping god Shupnus and could say the password at that time, that person would be a member of the intelligence department. Leotychides had to trust the information he provided. Leotychides had met them a few times in the west, and the information they provided had benefited him greatly. This time, when he went to Syracuse, Xenophanes also reminded him and told him the name of the person in charge of the intelligence department in Syracuse. According to Xenophanes, just like how the symbol of the legion was a three-headed dog, the symbol of the intelligence department was the sleeping god Shupnus. This was because the sleeping god could make people fall asleep without them noticing and then do whatever they wanted. This was in line with the style of the intelligence department. He looked at the iron statue of Shupnus and found that there was a set of devers, numbers at the base. It was said that it represented the identity of the owner and the area they were in charge of. Furthermore, the person had said the password correctly. Leotychides returned the statue and asked, "What is your name?" "Artemis. I am in charge of Syracuse." "Everything is correct." Leotychides looked at him and found that his appearance matched Xenophanes' description. He then asked, "What important information is it?" "General Siderax of Syracuse has decided to lead the people in the port area to join the kingdom. He is now leading more than 2,000 soldiers to control the military port in front of us, ready to fight with the army of Syracuse. For this reason, he has sent out all his warships to dock at the beach not far from our camp and transport our soldiers into the military port of Syracuse to reinforce them. After that, we will attack the city of Syracuse together." Artemis excitedly explained everything in one breath. Leotychides was shocked. There was internal strife in Syracuse, some of the people in Syracuse had surrendered, the military port was open to the Dionysian army, soldiers could enter Syracuse on their warships. These words surprised the usually calm Leotychides to the point that he could not believe it. A great opportunity to attack Syracuse was placed in front of him so easily? While he was feeling emotional, he heard Artemis say, "This is General Siderax's nephew, Samaratus." He played an important role in persuading Siderax to join the kingdom. Samaratus stepped forward and looked nervously at the Dionia commander in front of him, who was wearing a black breastplate and a purple and red crown helmet. He was a little excited. The people of Syracuse resented Dionia for taking away their glory, but it also prompted them to pay more attention to this powerful neighbor. Dionia's ever-victorious army attracted the attention of young people. For the past few years, the most talked about general of Dionia among the young people of Syracuse was none other than Leotychides. He conquered the troublesome Cycles and defeated the Carthage army. He even led the army to the west and wreaked havoc in the territory controlled by the Carthage army. In recent months, in the discussion of the people of Syracuse, the reputation of this rumored indifferent and ruthless general of Dionia had surpassed that of the king of Dionia, who once completely defeated Dionysius and caused its demise. Samaratus faced Leotychides' sharp gaze and said nervously and eagerly, "Dear General Prososus, the army of Syracuse will arrive at the military port soon. Our people are not well equipped and most of them are light infantry. It will be difficult for us to resist their attack. So please, send reinforcements as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll send reinforcements now," Leotychides immediately said. Artemis was a little stunned. He did not expect Leotychides to agree without thinking. It seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the image of a cautious and thoughtful person. Samaratus expressed his gratitude happily. In fact, Leotychides had no reason to hesitate. Carthage's warships had already docked at the shore. Once the Dionia soldiers boarded the warships, it was equivalent to controlling the entire warship. If this was a conspiracy, using thousands of sailors and the entire navy of Syracuse as bait was too risky. With Syracuse in such a difficult situation, Leotychides did not think that the people of Syracuse would have the courage to carry out this plan. It would not be easy to convince their council to carry out this plan. Leotychides decided to let the 3,000 reserve soldiers first board the warships of Syracuse and land at the military port. At the same time, he also sent someone to inform the resting 8th Army to rush to the beach as the second wave of troops to land at the military port. Compared to the Euryalus fortress, which was further away, the port was a better springboard to attack the city of Syracuse. Since he had made up his mind, he simply sent all the surplus troops there. After paying a heavy price, the Syracuse soldiers who attacked the Euryalus fortress finally broke through the wooden planks blocking the entrance. The soldiers roared excitedly and swarmed into the hole. They were going to kill all the enemies who invaded the city. However, as soon as they rushed into the fortress, the soldiers running at the front suddenly stopped. In front of them was a ditch about 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep. The ditch extended all the way to the stone walls on both sides. On the other side of the ditch was a dense formation of spears formed by the Dionia soldiers. The Syracuse soldiers at the front stopped moving forward, but the soldiers at the back kept pouring in. In an instant, the soldiers at the front were pushed into the ditch. Although there were no sharp wooden spikes buried in the ditch due to the lack of time, when the fallen Syracuse soldiers struggled in panic and tried to climb up, another batch of soldiers fell on top of them. The next batch of soldiers were involuntarily pushed forward and stepped on their fallen comrades. After crossing the ditch with great difficulty, they were greeted by countless shining spears. The Dionia soldiers on top of the stone walls continuously threw javelins, stones and even fire pots. Screams and groans filled the small fortress. Not long after they charged into the fortress, the Syracuse soldiers suffered heavy casualties and were quickly defeated. After repelling the enemies on both sides of the wall, the army led by Diocassus defeated the main force of Syracuse that attacked from the south. According to the previous plan, he should continue to defend the fortress and wait for reinforcements instead of pursuing alone to prevent himself from being surrounded by the enemy. However, not long ago, the messenger brought new news. Dionia's reserve troops had landed at the port of Syracuse. Together with the citizens of the port of Syracuse who had just joined the kingdom, they were engaged in battle with the Syracuse army. At the same time, Leotychides gave him a new order. When the enemies who attacked the fortress retreat, there was no need to defend the fortress anymore. Immediately march towards the city. That was why Diocassus gave the order of full pursuit without hesitation. Chapter 978. Because Cucius was injured, he did not personally lead the soldiers into the fortress. He waited outside to hear the cheers of victory, but what he saw were countless terrified soldiers desperately fleeing back. He desperately shouted to dissuade them, but to no avail. Instead, under the influence of these defeated soldiers, the other soldiers still outside the fortress also fled together, and the loud bugle of Dionia made the defeated soldiers flee even faster. Cucius had no choice but to flee as well. He was extremely anxious and suddenly remembered that Falcus was leading many people to build defensive facilities not far ahead. Perhaps they could stop these defeated soldiers and reorganize the army. Unexpectedly, when he arrived there, he did not see anyone at all, only a half-dug trench and the unfinished earth rampart behind the trench, which hindered the retreat of the soldiers. After the Syracuse council learned of the rebellion led by Hyctas, not only did they send a messenger to inform Theagenes, but they also sent someone to inform Falcus in the Epole highlands, because there were many old citizens among the people led by Falcus and they needed to be immediately recruited to form an army to quell Hyctas' rebellion. Falcus was also shocked when he heard the news. He did not have the mood to build defensive facilities here. When he led the team back to the city, he also stopped the messenger from informing Cucius and the others, because in his opinion, the attack on the Euryalus fortress was at its climax. If the attacking troops received bad news at this time, it would disrupt the morale of the army and make all previous efforts in vain. When Falcus rushed to the main city, he learned that Hyctas did not attack the council, but retreated to the port. Falcus was anxious. He knew that the port was very close to the Dionia barrack. Once Hyctas occupied the port and received the Dionysian army by sea, Syracuse would be finished. Time was tight, and he did not have time to wait for these old citizens to go home and put on their weapons and equipment before gathering and setting off. Instead, He first led the 1,000 soldiers who came from West City and the 500 old citizens who had just been gathered to quickly march to the port in the southwest direction. When they arrived at the inner wall and saw the corpses on the ground, the soldiers felt the urgency of the situation, but they also felt angry. When they entered the port, they quickly found the traitor Hyctas leading the army in front of the military port. Septicus saw Falcus, and was about to talk to him in front of the formation to buy some time. Who knew that Falcus had already seen through his intentions and directly ordered an attack. 1,500 soldiers, mostly heavy infantry, roared and charged at the enemy, while the port soldiers also threw dense javelins at the enemy. Since it was a matter of life and death for both sides, the battle was very fierce from the beginning. But after fighting for a while, the port's army, which was mostly made up of light infantry, was gradually losing ground. If not for some civilians in the port area rushing over with wooden sticks and oars to attack the flanks of Syracuse's army, temporarily relieving some of the pressure on Syracuse's army, perhaps Syracuse's army would have been routed. But the situation was still not optimistic. The people in the port continued to fall in the battle, and the entire army had been forced to retreat to the coast. At this critical moment, 50 warships returned to the military port one after another. As soon as the warships docked, the full deck of Dionia soldiers quickly jumped off the ship. They did not have time to regroup, and under the leadership of the team officers, they attacked the flank of the Syracuse army in small group. As the commander, Falcus took the lead and fought at the forefront, so he did not know that the situation had changed. It was only when he found that the soldiers around him began to retreat that he was shocked. The Dionysian army had landed. He threw away his helmet and breastplate and retreated with the defeated soldiers. The Dionia soldiers were in hot pursuit, while the soldiers in the port hurried to take care of their injured comrades and the people. When the Dionia soldiers were about to reach the inner wall, they found that Syracuse's reinforcements had arrived. Although forcing the defeated soldiers to disrupt the enemy's formation was a good choice, the problem was that there were not many soldiers involved in the pursuit. They were afraid that it would be difficult to completely disrupt the enemy's formation. Instead, they might be defeated by the enemy because of the chaos in their own organization. Therefore, the team officers of the Dionia pursuing army chose to retreat temporarily and returned to the military port to meet up with the main army that was still disembarking. Falcus, who had escaped from danger, did not let the more than 2,000 soldiers formed by the old citizens meet up with the defeated soldiers to retake the military port and prevent the Dionia army from continuing to disembark. After the battle just now, he felt that the entire port had probably betrayed Syracuse. If they continued to fight in the port, it was likely that the army that they had painstakingly gathered would once again fall into a tight encirclement. After hesitating for a while, Falcus did not dare to take the risk. He could only let the army defend the inner wall, and at the same time, he sent someone to inform the council. Not long after, 3,000 Dionia soldiers joined forces with Septicus's troops to approach the inner wall. The inner wall only served to isolate the port area and interrogate foreigners. Therefore, it was not built as tall and strong as the outer wall. It was only 3 meters high, and the walkways on the wall were relatively narrow. There were also no stockpiles of stones, wood, asphalt, and other defensive weapons. As a result, when the Dionia coalition army approached the city, Falcus was surprised to find that the Syracuse soldiers who were defending from the high ground were at a disadvantage. This was because the heavy javelins thrown by the Dionia heavy infantry and the light javelins thrown by the port soldiers covered the sky, causing a lot of casualties to the Syracuse soldiers on the city wall at close range. At this time, there were not many light infantry in the army led by Falcus. The army could only take a beating, but could not make an effective counterattack. This made Falcus's heart sink. Not long after, the people in the port area sent over some wooden ladders used to repair houses and logs used to build ships for the coalition soldiers to attack the city. Falcus saw this scene from above the city wall, and only felt depressed and uncomfortable. The soldiers used their shields to defend against the long-range attacks under the city wall while cursing the port people's betrayal. The Dionia coalition soldiers quickly put these wooden ladders on the 3-meter-high stone wall, and while the enemy on the city wall was suppressed by the javelins, they nimbly climbed up the city wall. At the same time, the coalition soldiers also used logs to break open the city gate and rushed through the hole in the inner wall. The frontal battle gradually unfolded on and below the city wall. Meanwhile, at the top of the city wall, Falcus saw another huge black army, the second wave of landing troops, the 8th Dionian Legion, appear at the port area. They were majestically pressing towards the inner wall, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Just then, another soldier pointed to the rear and shouted in panic, "The city is on fire!" Falcus hurriedly turned around and saw thick smoke billowing in the northwest direction, and he could not help but be shocked. Such a large fire could not have happened by chance. Could it be that the Dionia army had already killed their way into the city? Even he had such thoughts. The soldiers panicked even more, and their morale plummeted. Fortunately, these old citizens who had experienced many wars were still rational, and they knew very well that if they chose to retreat at this time, Syracuse might be finished. Therefore, under Falcus' constant encouragement, they could barely hold the line of defense. But when it rains, it pours. The western city wall was very close to the port area, and the Syracuse soldiers stood on the more than 10-meter-high wall. Not only did they clearly see what was happening in the port area, but they also saw thousands of Dionia soldiers landing, one after another, at the military port and storming the crumbling inner wall. They also saw the perpetrators of the city fire were also the Dionysian army in black helmets and armor, and they were quickly marching towards the core area of the city. When these Syracuse defenders saw this scene, they were extremely frightened, and extremely worried about the safety of their families. How could they still have the morale to continue fighting? They began to flee into the city. In order to escape punishment, they shouted as they ran, "The city is on fire! The Dionia army has entered the city! The Dionia army has entered the city!" Their retreat left the southern part of the western city wall defenseless. The Dionia soldiers quickly occupied the top of the city wall, and along the walkway, they attacked northward. The defense of the entire western city quickly collapsed. It was the army led by Diocassus who ignited the city fire. They chased after the defeated Syracuse soldiers, not giving the enemy a chance to rest and regroup. They chased them from the Euryalus fortress all the way to the edge of the main city. Although they ran for a few miles, because the terrain was from the top, the soldiers were relatively relaxed. In the process of the pursuit, Diocassus had been thinking, after the army he led entered the city, how could they better help the whole siege force to capture the city faster? Because he knew that in order to let his assault force gain a foothold in the Euryalus fortress, Commander Prososus once again ordered the whole army to launch an attack on the city of Syracuse. This was using the lives of his comrades to create an opportunity for himself. Therefore, he must destroy the enemy's fighting spirit as soon as possible and reduce the casualties of the soldiers. In the end, the best method he could think of was fire. Therefore, he sent a company to break into the houses, collected olive oil and tar, poured it on a series of houses at the edge of the main city, and then set them on fire. Then, he led his troops to continue the pursuit of the defeated soldiers. Cusias, Stesicos, and the others fled in the direction of the council. He was still hoping that the council would send an army to stop the pursuing army. Who knew that the council had no more soldiers to send, and when the council members received the news of the enemy's attack, they were terrified. They did not dare to stay in the council hall any longer, and they all fled to the west, hoping that the troops of Tyagenes and Falcus could protect them. Chapter 979. Who would have thought that they would run into the fleeing soldiers from the western part of the city? Only then did they realize that the western wall had fallen. Everyone panicked and did not know where to go. Some even cried, "It's over. "Syracuse is finished," suddenly, someone shouted. "We can go to Ortygia Island." This reminded the panicking counselors. Yes, we still have Ortygia Island. As the birthplace of Syracuse and the Acropolis of Syracuse, Ortygia Island was built into a sturdy fortress during Dionysius's reign. At the same time, a palace was built on the island. After Dionysius was overthrown, Herolas allowed the original inhabitants of Ortygia Island, who had been forcibly driven out by Dionysius, to return to the island. Someone in the council once proposed to tear down the walls of Ortygia Island to prevent it from becoming a gathering place for ambitious politicians. However, this was opposed by many. The reason was that Ortygia Island, as the Acropolis of Syracuse, should have a strong defense. When Syracuse was in danger, it should be a refuge for the people. Now, this was true. When Syracuse was in chaos, Dionysius retreated to Ortygia. Herolas had the absolute advantage, but could do nothing to him. In the end, they relied on Sparta to trick him out of Ortygia. Therefore, the island's defense was absolutely trustworthy. Most of the people on the island were descendants of the founders of Syracuse. Their loyalty to the city was also trustworthy. Therefore, Ortygia Island was an ideal refuge. The councillors calmed down a little. They gathered the fleeing soldiers and retreated to Ortygia Island. Many soldiers refused to go there because they were worried about their families. They also sent people to inform Phalcus and Theagenes, hoping that they could hold on for a while longer, so that the people in the city could have some time to retreat to Ortygia Island. In particular, the port area was very close to the isthmus. If the enemy broke through the inner wall, the isthmus might be cut off. The inner wall's defense was already crumbling, but Phalcus was doing his best to hold on. However, when Theagenes learned that the southern section of the western city wall had fallen, he did not insist on defending the city wall. Instead, he led the few soldiers who were willing to follow him and fled to Ortygia Island. The defenders on the east wall also saw the fire in the city, and their reaction was not much different from the defenders on the west wall. The Dionia allied army had finally broken through the defenses of the eastern wall. As the commander, Xanthoparis was finally relieved. Compared to the main force of Dionia on the western front, the troops attacking the eastern wall were made up of citizens of the Legion of Dionia. Of course, they would not obey orders and commands like the Legion of Dionia and attack without any regard for casualties. It took Xanthoparis a lot of persuasion just to convince the generals of the Legion of Dionia to lead their own troops to attack continuously. That was why the battle on the eastern front was not fierce, but at least a few thousand defenders were held up, creating the conditions for the Dionysian army to break through in other directions. At dusk, the troops from the east and west successfully met at Apollo Square in Syracuse. The main force led by the Devers remained in Minoa, while the troops led by Lazaru and Epitenes stayed in Enna and fortified the city every day. Under such circumstances, Margo was at his wits' end. Even if he wanted to attack one side, the shortage of food made him give up on the idea. After 5 or 6 days of confrontation in Minoa, he finally led his troops west to Segesta. When the Devers received the news of the great victory of the Third Fleet, he was even more determined to carry out the strategy of land defense, sea attack. These days, new warships were added to the ranks of the Sicilian fleet. The total number of warships had reached 320, and the main force had moved forward to the port of Serenus. Every morning, Sicerion would lead the fleet out of the port and sail to the west, sweeping the entire western coast of Sicily. He would not return until dusk. This was because he had recently received information from the king of the Devers. Recently, a large number of ships had gathered in the ports of Carthage and its surrounding Phoenician allies. At the same time, the city was also rushing to gather food, which was likely to be transported to Sicily. In the early morning of this day, it was drizzling in the western waters of Sicily. The sky was a little dark, and although there was a slight breeze, the waves were not strong. Sicerian, who had once again become the commander of the Sicilian fleet, had learned his lesson from the last time. He specially hired several old sailors who had lived here for decades as consultants to provide him with analysis of the sea conditions and climate of this area. Once again, they all made a positive judgment. There was not likely to be a big storm in the western waters today. Therefore, although Sicerian was hesitant, he still ordered the Sicilian fleet to leave the port as usual and head west along the coast. Due to the rain, the sea was shrouded in mist, resulting in poor visibility. To prevent accidents, all the warships slowed down. The entire fleet of 280 warships maintained a relatively dense formation as they moved forward. The other 40 warships were anchored at the simple port of Minoa to ensure the needs of the main force led by the Devers. Therefore, a voyage that usually only took an hour now took 2 hours. The fleet finally reached the sea near Mazara and began to sail northwest. At this time, the drizzle had stopped and the sky gradually brightened. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing the blue sky and the blue sea. It was endless, and a gentle breeze caressed one's face, making one feel relaxed and happy. Only then did Sicerian feel relieved. He smiled at the 2 consulting sailors and said, "Your judgment is very accurate, as expected of the person who is said to be blessed by the sea god." The 2 old sailors from Serenus hurriedly responded modestly. As Greek sailors, they had a low status in Serenus. They relied on fishing and transporting goods for a living. They had never had the chance to speak to a noble general of the kingdom who led hundreds of warships on equal footing. Seeing them nod and bow, Sicerian frowned, but did not say anything. He turned to the captain of the flagship and ordered, "Inform the fleet to return to normal speed. Send out the clippers and carefully search for the target at sea." Not long after, the speed of the entire fleet increased. More than 10 clippers also left the main fleet and quickly moved forward. After tens of minutes, the clipper at the front was already close to the clear sea. The lookout on the mast moved his already numb limbs and lowered his head to shout, "Captain!" When the captain of the clipper heard this, he immediately asked excitedly, "Is there any sign of the enemy?" The lookout originally wanted to say, "Is it time for the shift? It should be time for the next person to replace me." However, the captain's question made him subconsciously look at the sea in front of him again. Then, he was stunned. He blinked, widened his eyes again, and stared ahead. After a moment, he also shouted excitedly, "There's an enemy ship! 1, 2, 3. There are so many Carthage ships. Commander, the warships in front have raised a white flag." The lookout on the mainmast of the flagship saw the flag signal transmitted by the flagship of the B squadron in front and shouted excitedly, "It's 2 white flags. It's an ordinary fleet with the same number of warships as us." Sicerian immediately understood the meaning behind this. He also became excited. To encounter an ordinary fleet in this sea area, it could only be from Carthage. It seemed that the information given by His Majesty was correct. Carthage was indeed here to deliver military rations. He ordered without hesitation, "Tell Stephakas to lead his B squadron and sink all these Carthage cargo ships. If even one escapes, let him receive military punishment." After receiving this order, Stephakas, the commander of the B squadron, immediately exerted 120% of his spirit and ordered the warships of the B squadron, which he commanded as the vanguard, to spread out in a straight line and advance quickly in the direction where they had discovered the enemy. These more than 200 Carthage merchant ships formed 2 columns and were moving in the direction of Lille. On the leading merchant ship, a sailor was standing at the top of the mast and looking ahead nervously. Suddenly, he shouted anxiously, "Old man, Dionia warships! Dionia warships are coming!" After saying that, he quickly slid down from the mast. Merchant ships were not like warships. Generally, they only had one mast, and it was located at the end of the bed. Usually, people would not stand at the top of the mast to look out. On one hand, Merchant ships relied heavily on the propulsion of sails and were afraid of trampling on the mast. On the other hand, standing on the mast for a long time could easily destroy the balance of the whole body and lead to accident. However, today's situation was special. They needed to know the movements of the Dionysian fleet as early as possible. I think I've really gone crazy. I actually agreed to Morber's request to pilot a merchant ship to face the warship. The old captain with white hair did not seem nervous. Instead, he sighed and said. Beside him, a helmsman with an equally wrinkled face comforted him. We're still considered lucky. Barikos and the others even have to pilot a merchant ship and break into the Dionysia's fleet. That's really crazy. The old captain sighed again. Who asked us to be Morber's old subordinates? We've followed him for so many years and received a lot of help from him. Besides, the mother country is in trouble now. If old people like us who are about to die can play a little role and provide some help to it, I believe that even if we die, it will be an honor for us. The old helmsman nodded in agreement. Old man, don't reminisce about the past. The Dionysia warships are coming soon. Hurry up and follow the plan. Steer this ship to the designated place. This place is too far from the coast. If the ship is hit and sunk, we may not be able to swim to the shore. The young sailor who was looking out from the mast urged. Don't worry, the old captain said unhurriedly. Then, he closed his eyes and focused on sensing the direction of the wind. It seems that the wind is slightly stronger. Literature Museum. Chapter 980. After a while, the wind will get stronger. The old helmsman also expressed his judgment. The old captain nodded. Fortunately, there's this southeast wind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to do such a risky thing today. He sighed softly, then said to the young sailor, Lower the sails. Just as the sailor lowered the sails, the old helmsman had already moved the rudder and turned the bow of the ship, which was originally facing east, to the northeast. The sails were lowered. Feeling the wind, they began to swell. The old captain held the sails in his hands, smiled, and said confidently, Attention, everyone. The ship is sailing north. The Dionysia warships will chase after us. But don't worry, we'll get home safely. Everyone responded with solemn expressions. This merchant ship was 13 meters long and 4.5 meters wide. Apart from the captain and helmsman, there were only 10 sailors on board, a total of 12 people. It was the opposite of a warship. It was lighter at the front and heavier at the back. The bow was narrower and raised, and the stern was wider. The sails and rudder were at the stern. The 10 sailors were on both sides of the hull. The center of the hull was covered with linen and bulged with cargo. The old captain pulled and released, and the sails quickly rotated to a suitable position. The sails quickly inflated, and the speed of the entire ship suddenly increased. The merchant ship behind it followed closely behind, speeding towards the northeast. Sir Commander, Carthage's fleet is fleeing north. Stephakos is leading his fleet to chase after them. Hearing this news, Sicorian turned to look at the waves and frowned slightly. Fleeing north. It seems that Carthage's people want to take advantage of this south wind. Should we follow them? The captain asked. Sicorian made a decision without hesitation. Just 300 merchant ships are far from enough to transport food for Carthage's army of 100,000. Since Carthage wants to lure us away from here, no. We'll stay here and not let their next fleet easily enter the port of Lily. However, we can't be careless. Have the clippers strengthen their communication with Stephakos. I want to know the movements of the 1st B Squadron at all times. Yes. Sicorian ordered 200 warships to cruise around the sea near Lily. The 80 warships led by Stephakos were chasing after Carthage's fleet and were approaching Motia. Motia used to be an important military town for Carthage in Sicily. Dionysius led an army of 100,000 and painstakingly destroyed it. Instead of rebuilding it, Carthage's people built a new military town, Lily, nearby. Therefore, after more than 20 years, The city of Mosha was still the same as when it was first destroyed. It had not been cleaned up, including the causeway that Dionysius mobilized to build from the coast to Mosha. Due to the existence of this causeway, the shallow sea between Mosha and the coast became a pocket-like bay. Stephacus concluded that Carthage's fleet did not dare to enter. Otherwise, they would be caught like turtles in a jar. Stephacus had correctly judged the course of the Carthaginian fleet. Since he had led the fleet to make preparations in advance, he had the upper hand and was able to close the distance with the Carthaginian fleet. In particular, the fast warships had sunk several merchant ships that had fallen behind, causing some confusion in the Carthaginian fleet. There were even collisions and capsizing. This was because Carthage's fleet was now located on the west side of Mosha, and on the west side of Mosha was another small island, Igusa. The distance between the two islands was less than 10 miles and was relatively narrow. The merchant ships at the back felt the danger and scrambled to speed up, immediately making the entire Carthage fleet crowded. But soon, the situation improved because after passing this section of the sea, another small island, Farbantia, appeared diagonally ahead. The Carthage fleet immediately divided into two teams. One team continued to move forward and the other turned west. The Carthage's crew who had fallen into the water swam up to these small islands unhurriedly. After learning the enemy's movements from the lookout, Stephacus frowned. He roughly knew what Carthage's people wanted to do. There were many small islands in the sea ahead, as well as some reefs that could not be called islands. During this period of time, Sequirian had led the fleet to cruise the western waters of Sicily. On the one hand, it was to cut off Carthage's sea transportation, and on the other hand, it was to familiarize the new fleet with the sea conditions here. All the crew members regarded the sea ahead as a dangerous area, especially when the tide was high. Some of the reefs would be submerged by the rising water, and ships that were not familiar with the sea could easily collide with them, causing damage or even sinking. The new Sicilian fleet had learned their lesson, so Sequirian specially asked someone to draw a separate map of the sea for every captain to remember. But even so, they were certainly not as familiar as the Carthage's people who had sailed here all year round. These cunning Carthage's people must have wanted to use this sea area to get rid of their pursuit and at the same time create some trouble for them. Stephacus thought for a while and issued an order for all the warships to slow down and be vigilant. At the same time, he also decided not to split up the fleet for the time being, but to chase the fleet that was heading straight north. They had to block the coast and prevent them from entering the port of Eryx not far ahead. Unexpectedly, when the Carthage fleet that had turned west saw that the Dionia warships did not follow them, they immediately circled around Agussa Island and turned south. The fleet that was heading north was once again divided into two groups, separated by a reef, and turned west one after another. Under such circumstances, Stephacus had no choice but to order the warships to disperse and weave between the various islands to intercept and attack the enemy ships. He could not allow the Carthage fleet, which had barely suffered any losses, to slip back to the south. Although there was definitely a main fleet in the south, it would be embarrassing for them to see that they had chased after them for a long time without any result. Moreover, Sequirian had specifically emphasized that not a single Carthage ship should be let go. Thus, a large-scale game of hide-and-seek at sea began. At this time, on the sea near Lilibo, the main Dionia fleet that was cruising received news from a clipper ship that had been sent to the southwest. Another Carthage fleet, smaller in number than the Sicilian fleet, was sailing in the direction of Lilibo. "Commander, your judgment is correct. The Carthage merchant ships are coming again," the flagship captain praised. Sequirian, however, seemed a little dissatisfied. "The number is a little small. Inform the fleet to spread out in the southwest direction. Before the Carthage have discovered them, quickly meet them and eat them up as soon as possible. Maybe another wave of merchant ships will arrive soon." Just as the Dionia warships received the order and began to line up, The lookout on the clipper ship widened his eyes in surprise. He saw that the Carthage fleet in front of him had begun to change from a column to a horizontal line, and the direction of the sails was adjusted. The merchant ships suddenly sped up. Are the Carthage people crazy? They should be able to see our warships at this distance. Why aren't they running away but rushing forward instead? Do they want to fight us with their merchant ships? The lookout did not know that in the middle of the Kataiji fleet, Captain Barikos was maneuvering the sails and shouting loudly to the nearby merchant ships, "It's time to test your courage. If you're afraid, you can still retreat now. I've sailed for decades and have seen all kinds of storms. I've even followed Moorball, crossed the Pillars of Hercules, went to the distant coast, and seen the two-wheeled chariot of God, today's Mount Cameroon. Isn't it just death? What's there to be afraid of? That's right. We old fellows have lived until today for this moment. If we die, we can reunite with our former comrades in the temple of Baal Harmon. Don't just talk about us. Compared to us, you're still young. You haven't enjoyed enough life, and you haven't seen enough war. When the Dionia warships come close to you, don't be so scared that you don't know how to maneuver the sails." Barikos laughed loudly. "Don't worry, my ship will rush to the front, avoid the collision of all the Dionia warships, and enter safely. I want the people of Dionia to know that the people they have defeated before are not the real Carthage people. The real Carthage people are the heroes of the sea, and they can't defeat them." "That's right, Barikos. Show the ignorant people of Dionia what real sailing is." The crew on the ship waved their arms and responded enthusiastically. Barikos smiled. "Brothers, get ready, the adventure is about to begin." He maneuvered the sails, and the small merchant ship, which was less than 10 meters long and only 3 meters wide, with a total of 8 crew members, rushed towards the Dionia warships like an arrow shot out by the wind. Under his leadership, the 60 merchant ships, which were almost the same size as him, rushed into the arms of the hungry wolves, like sheep that had their heads broken. The captains of the Dionian warships were astonished by the performance of the Carthaginian fleet. However, they would never be merciful because of the stupidity of their opponent. Under their orders, the Dionian warships retracted their sails. Relying on the oars of nearly 200 oarsmen who worked together to paddle with all their might, the gigantic warships dashed forward at an astonishing speed. The bow of the warships that flickered with a dark light sliced through the incoming waves, causing water to splash onto the deck. The Carthage fleet was like a row of waves pushed by the southwest wind, surging towards the Dionysian fleet. The Dionysian fleet formed a double horizontal formation, and the warships in the front were charging almost one-on-one. It was like an Olympic boxing match, exciting. However, when the two sides got close, the Carthage merchant ship was like a baby facing a giant. There was a huge difference in size, and the slightest collision would break all the bones in the ship. Chapter 981. However, such a tragic scene did not happen. Most of the Carthage fleet agilely avoided the violent collisions and barely passed by the Dionia warship. After experiencing such a thrilling scene, most of the Carthage sailors did not feel any lingering fear. Instead, they yelled in excitement, "See that, Dionia? This is the true strength of the Carthage sailors. Hey, you guys are too clumsy. You're just like old ladies in their 60s or 70s. How dare you compete with us with such skills? Even if we collide with you 100 times, you won't be able to touch me." The Dionia could not understand the shouts of the Carthage sailors, but they could understand the humiliating gestures of the enemy. Some of the Carthage sailors even lifted their clothes, took out their things, and peed on them. It was a great humiliation. Even the calm captain of the flagship could not help but curse, "Damn the Carthage! If there were bows and arrows on the ship, I would have shot them to death with one shot." Sicerian was also angry, but as the commander, he could not show it. Instead, he said in a low voice, "It's too early for the Carthage to be happy. Our fast warships will send them to Poseidon." Sicerian had chosen to form a double horizontal line in order to use the more agile fast warships as the rear line to eliminate the merchant ships that had avoided the first round of attack. However, he did not expect that the warships at the front would not be able to gain anything from the charge. So, he turned around and looked at the back of the ship with an expectant gaze. In the end, he could not believe what he saw. The Carthage merchant ships were like fish swimming in the water. Using the surging waves, they once again narrowly avoided the attack of the fast warships and passed through the gaps between the warship. At the same time, mocking laughter could be heard from the rear. Thurian could no longer hold back his emotions. He punched the mast fiercely and roared, "Chase after them and sink these damned merchant ships." In fact, he didn't even need to give the order. Almost all the warships quickly turned around and chased after Carthage's merchant ship. The Ionia navy had been developing rapidly in recent years, with outstanding results. Aside from that natural storm, they had almost never suffered a defeat. Even the once powerful Carthage navy was trampled under their feet. How proud were they! They had never suffered such humiliation before. All the crew members would never allow these Carthage merchant ships that had trampled on their dignity to leave just like that. Everyone was filled with anger. Not only did the captain ask them to speed up, but the sailors also pushed the oars even harder. Each warship sped up to catch up with the merchant ships in front of them. They swore to crash into the merchant ships in front of them to vent their anger. At this point, it would be difficult for anyone to stop their pursuit in a short period of time. Thurian knew his fleet well, so he encouraged them to continue attacking. A sea chase began. Now, the Ionia Sicilian fleet was divided into two parts. 80 warships were chasing and intercepting more than 200 Carthage merchant ships that were circling the islands in the waters near Eryx, while 200 warships were madly chasing the 60 Carthage merchant ships that were provoking them in the waters near Lily. The chase in the south had just begun, while the chase in the north had been going on for some time. Although the cunning Carthage merchant ships shuttled between the islands and reefs of this sea, forcing the Ionia warships, who were not very familiar with the sea conditions here, to slow down and pursue cautiously, giving the Carthage merchant ships more opportunities to shake off the pursuit. But when the warships under Stephacas were completely dispersed throughout the sea, disaster struck for the Carthage merchant ship. After all, once the fleet was dispersed, the Carthage merchant ships would each be in charge of a small area of the sea. It was inevitable that the Carthage merchant ships would frequently encounter the warships. These Carthage sailors were indeed very good at maneuvering sailboats, but sailboats mainly relied on the wind. When sailing against the wind, their speed would naturally be affected. On the other hand, the Ionia warships relied on oarsmen and were almost unaffected by the wind. The narrow waterways divided by the islands and reefs also caused the Carthage merchant ships to lose enough space to dodge. Once the two sides met head-on, the merchant ships that did not have the ability to fight would sink almost immediately. After more than half an hour, nearly half of the Carthage merchant ships had been lost. Many Carthage sailors were standing on each of the islands and reefs, who had swam ashore after their ships sank. At this rate, the Carthage fleet would be completely wiped out in another half an hour. However, Stephacas did not let the victory before him get to his head. He had two doubts. First, since the Carthage fleet's escape tactic had failed, why were these merchant ships still dealing with them in this area? Second, he had just discovered that the Carthage merchant ships were stacked with simple empty wooden cages, tightly covered with linen. They looked like they were loaded with goods, but after the ship sank, they all floated up. It was no wonder that Stephacas had found it strange that the Carthage merchant ships could move so quickly even though they were carrying so much weight. The Carthage merchant ships had obviously used such a disguise to achieve some purpose by luring them into it. Stephacas raised his vigilance. He ordered his flagship to stop chasing the enemy ships and sail to the west between Agussa Island and Forbantia Island, which was the center of the sea. At the same time, He sent out a number of fast ships to closely investigate the surrounding situation, especially in the west. The reason why he did not immediately assemble the warships was that he thought that in a little while, his fleet would basically be able to wipe out the Carthage merchant ships that had deceived them. Not only would it be a big blow to the Carthage people, but it would also complete the mission given to them by Officer Sicorian and also let them vent their anger. "General, look! Another merchant ship has been sunk," the crew on the deck shouted excitedly. "The captain of that fast warship is Ilias, right?" Stefakas looked ahead with great interest. To be able to reverse immediately after missing the target and use the stern to overturn the merchant ships, Ilias is very quick-witted. Compared to merchant ships, our warships are gigantic. Whether it's the bow or the stern, we can ram and sink them. But up until now, I've only seen Ilias's warship adopt this new tactic. Even I haven't thought of it this way. Ilias is indeed the best captain in our fleet. The captain of the flagship on the side exclaimed in admiration. Our traditional habits have shackled our thinking. Stefakas nodded his head and said seriously, "When we go back, spread this new tactic. In the future, when our fleet encounters the Carthage merchant ships again, we will have another weapon." "Yes, sir." "Enemy sightings." The lookout on the mainmast suddenly shouted nervously, "The fast ships in the west have raised their yellow flags. There are 3 yellow flags." Stefakas was greatly shocked. What he had been worried about had come true. There was no doubt that it was the Carthage fleet that was attacking, and their numbers far exceeded his B squadron. "Blow the bugle! Raise the yellow flag! Raise the Apollo flag!" Stefakas shouted loudly. He was very nervous. He had to immediately gather all the scattered warships to prevent them from being defeated one by one. Then, he said with a solemn expression, "Inform a fast ship to head south immediately. Tell Sir Sicorian that the Carthage fleet is attacking. We need immediate reinforcements." After giving the order, Stefakas calmed down a little. He thought that since the fast ship had discovered the enemy, it meant that the enemy's fleet was still 4 or 5 miles away. This sea area was only 4 or 5 miles in circumference. His fleet still had time to adjust their tactics and respond. But what he did not know was that there was an island called Hyera directly west of the flagship. The fast ship that was supposed to deliver the message was originally located on the west side of Hyla Island. When his lookout discovered that the Carthage fleet was coming from the west, he immediately raised the yellow flag. But after a while, the captain of the fast ship did not hear the bugle sound from the flagship of the B squadron. According to the regulations of the Dionia Navy, when the flagship conveys orders, it must sound the bugle at the same time to alert the warships under its command. He was puzzled and soon realized that he had made a mistake. Because Hyla Island was blocking him, the lookout on the flagship probably could not see the raised flag at all. He hurriedly ordered the fast ship to go around Hyla Island. Soon, he heard the bugle sound, but it took some time. Although the 80 Dionian warships were scattered in this region of the sea and were not too far from the flagship, they could almost all hear the bugle call. However, it would still take some time for them to know the order issued by the flagship. This was because warships in battle would not allow the lookout to remain on the mast. Otherwise, the huge impact would cause the lookout to fall. Hence, the speed of the warship had to be reduced to allow the lookout to climb up the main mast. There were also some warships that were separated by islands and could not see the flag signal at all, so they had to go around. So it would take time for all the warships to regroup around Stefakas's flagship. And now, time was undoubtedly of the essence. Just as the flagship of the Dionia B squadron sounded the bugle, Morbar, the commander of the Carthage navy, had led 170 warships to the west side of Hyla Island and immediately launched an attack on the 3 Dionia warships that were chasing the merchant ships there. At the same time, the Carthage fleet quickly divided into 2 groups, each with 75 warships, one from the north and the other from the south, bypassing Hyla Island to attack the other Dionia warships. When the merchant ship crew on Hilla Island saw that the Carthage fleet had finally appeared, they all cheered and shouted, "It's time for our revenge. Send all the Dionia people to the sea to feed the fish." Among the 3 Dionysian warships, there were 2 Raven warships and 1 fast warship. They only cared about intercepting the fleeing Carthaginian merchant ship. By the time they discovered the Carthaginian fleet approaching, it was already too late for them to retreat. Chapter 982. As the eastern side was blocked by Sierra Island, the 3 Dionia warships had to go around it before they could retreat. In this way, the side and rear of the warships would be exposed to the enemy's attack. Perhaps the fast warships could escape the attack, but the 2 clumsy Raven warships would not be able to escape. Under such a dangerous situation, the 3 warships unanimously chose to stay and fight. Morbar initially thought that the 3 Dionia warships would choose to retreat because of the disparity in strength. However, the other party chose to stay and fight. He was impressed by the high morale of the Dionia navy. Hence, he changed his mind and did not command his flagship to follow the 2 fleet. Instead, he chose to stay with the other 19 warships. Although he had learned a lot about the Dionia navy from many people, he wanted to see the combat level and tactical characteristics of the Dionia warships with his own eyes. Next, the actions of the Dionia warships made him frown again. They did not attack blindly. Instead, they quickly gathered and retreated to the coast of Sierra Island. The 2 Raven warships were positioned in the front, forming an inverted 8, while the fast warship was positioned in the middle. The shape was like a lobster with 2 mastiffs sticking out of its cave. As the island acted as a barrier behind them, they only needed to deal with the threat from the front. This showed that the Dionia navy not only had high morale, but was also well-trained, well-coordinated, and had a high level of tactical awareness. Morbar's expression was solemn. The Carthaginian warships began their assault. First, 2 of the Carthaginian warships circled to the back of the 2 Raven warships and charged. The Raven warships shifted their bow to the side, causing the 2 Carthaginian warships to not dare to act rashly. However, the Raven warships shifted outwards, exposing more of their inner hull. Hence, another 2 Carthaginian warships quickly charged towards the inner hull of the Raven warships. For the Raven warships, if they shifted their bow inwards, they would inevitably expose their outer hull to the collision of the other 2 warships. It was a dilemma. Just then, the captain of the speedy warship shouted to the Raven warships on both sides, "I'm in the middle." After saying that, the sailors on the ship paddled with all their might, and the fast warship quickly turned from a standstill to a forward sprint. Because the bow of the ship was not facing either of the enemy ships, but was passing between 2 ships, this gave the captains of the 2 Carthage warships the illusion that the enemy saw that the situation was not good and was preparing to take the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, the bosun on the fast warship heard the captain shout from the deck, "Turn left! Strike horizontally! Quick, quick!" The bosun was stunned. Wouldn't they be exposing their hull to the enemy's ships? However, he immediately understood the captain's intentions. His eyes immediately turned red and he shouted hoarsely, "Turn left! Horizontal!" Even though the sailors had their doubts, their years of arduous training allowed them to swiftly execute the order. At that moment, the 2 Raven warships moved inwards at the same time, immediately reducing the space for the 2 Carthage warships to evade. When the surrounding Carthage warships realized the danger, they immediately launched an attack on the 3 Dionia warships. However, the Dionia warships did not evade. 2 Raven drawbridges landed on the deck of the Carthage warships on the inner side. The infantrymen of the fleet quickly rushed over the drawbridges. At the same time, the sailors, urged by the bosun, reluctantly left the cabin and went up to the deck. They watched with tears in their eyes as the Carthage warships rushed towards their warships. Most of them were survivors of the storm at sea. It was not easy to get a new warship, and now it was going to be sunk in the first battle. The 3 Dionysian warships were hit by the Carthaginian warships one after another. The crew jumped into the sea one after another, while the infantrymen of the fleet quickly cut down the few Carthaginian infantrymen on the deck and rushed into the lower deck. Facing the panicking Carthaginian oarsmen, the infantrymen of the fleet mercilessly stabbed them to death one by one. The screams of the Carthage crew rang through the sea. The other captains of the Carthage fleet were moved. One by one, they told Morbar to send all the deck soldiers to these two warships, defeat the Dionia soldiers, and save the oarsmen on the ships. Morbar flatly refused. He was already half dead and used to life and death. He did not care too much about the lives of these 300 to 400 lowly Carthage and Phoenician oarsmen. He did not want these warships to be delayed because of this. Besides, judging from the current situation, even if he sent all the deck soldiers, they might not be able to defeat these well-trained infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet. Until now, the surprise in his heart had not dissipated. In a situation where his side had an absolute advantage, the 3 Dionia warships seized the opportunity when their own warships were still testing the waters. They quickly and decisively adopted effective tactics and successfully seized 2 warships in an instant. The outstanding performance of the Dionia warships made him shudder. He was very uneasy. Therefore, he did not hesitate to give the order to sink our own warships. When the warships were rammed, dozens of Dionia soldiers, armed with daggers and leather shields, quickly rushed to the deck, jumped into the blood-stained sea, and swam to the beach not far away. While Morbar was shocked, he knew that the Carthage sailors on Hilla Island would be in big trouble. But he had no time to care about this at the moment. He had to immediately lead these warships into the battle against the Dionysian fleet that had been lured here. He had to destroy as many Dionia warships as possible, so that the sacrifices of these Carthage merchant ships would not go to waste. The Dionia warships scattered on both sides of Hilla Island were also besieged by the superior forces of the Carthage fleet. They also put up a tenacious resistance to delay the time for the Carthage fleet to sweep eastward. In the small sea area in the middle of several islands, with Stafaka's flagship as the center, warships were gradually converging. When Morbar led his fleet around Hilla Island, Stafaka's, who had only gathered more than 30 warships, did not hesitate to launch an attack on the Carthage fleet, which had far more warships than his own. Morbar had already realized the terrifying advantage of the Dionysian fleet in overall tactical cooperation and jumping combat. The small circular sea area between Hilla Island and the islands on the east did not have enough space for the Carthage warships to move around in a wide range, which was conducive to the greater play of the unique tactics of the Dionysian fleet. Having finally gained a huge advantage in a local area, Morbar was certainly unwilling to fight head-on. Therefore, he issued the order to sweep the outside of the island first, destroy the scattered Dionia warships, and finally bite the hard bone in the center. Of course, Morbar also hoped to see the enemy in the center continue to pursue and sail out of this narrow sea area. Then, the Carthage fleet would not hesitate to concentrate all its forces and destroy them. The Carthage fleet led by Balikos took a zigzag route, trying to keep a moderate distance from the Dionysian fleet. The main fleet led by Sequirion pursued them relentlessly, especially the fast warships that gradually closed in and sank many merchant ships. Another 10 fast warships, under Sequirion's order, did not follow closely behind like the other warships. Instead, they sailed straight to the port of Lily at the fastest speed, cutting off the retreat route of the Carthage fleet and gradually forming an encirclement. When Balikos saw that there were enemy ships intercepting ahead, he did not panic. Instead, he issued a crazy order: turn around. In a situation where the wind was completely against them, the ship that had just turned around had almost no speed. Relying on the delicate control of the helmsman and oarsmen, they once again narrowly avoided the Dionia warships that had to move forward due to inertia. The other Carthage merchant ships did the same, but in the process, at least 7 merchant ships were hit and sunk. The crew of the Dionia fleet was not happy because the rest of the Carthage merchant ships had once again broken through their encirclement. This was simply a silent humiliation to the Dionia navy. The Dionia warships turned around to give chase. However, Balikos and his fleet turned their bow again, facing east. The sails turned to the right, and with the help of the southwest wind, they brushed past the Dionia warships. At this time, the crew of the Dionia warships were already red with anger. Some of the infantrymen on the Raven warships even threw the daggers in their hands at the approaching Carthage merchant ships. Leading more than 30 merchant ships, Balikos passed through the gap between the Dionia warships and sailed directly to the coast not far away. Then, they stuck close to the coastline, turned around and sailed south. He did not expect the Carthage people to play such a trick. That was the coast. The Carthage merchant ships were small and light. The position they could maneuver in might cause the warships to run aground. Moreover, there were many reefs near the coast. The Carthage people were familiar with the sea conditions here, but the Dionia people were not. It was easy for the warships to crash into the reefs and be damaged. The Carthage merchant ships toyed with the Dionia Sicilian fleet in the palm of their hand. This infuriated the always confident Sicerian. In order to restore the navy's honor, he swore to sink these audacious enemies today. He sent a small number of warships to speed up to Mazara and Lily, while the other warships cruised near the coast between the two cities, keeping an eye on the Carthage merchant ship. Unless they abandoned their ships and went ashore, the Sicilian fleet would confront them like this. Sicerian was even prepared to call back a few fast ships to try to approach the Carthage merchant ship. After a while, a few fast ships came under orders, and the extra one brought urgent military news. Our fleet is being attacked by the Carthage fleet in the north. When Sicerian heard this news, the burning anger in his heart instantly extinguished. Some of the doubts he had about the previous two Carthage fleets were instantly solved, but his anxiety increased rapidly. This was obviously a conspiracy planned by the Carthage navy. They must have made sufficient preparations. The fleet was in a very dangerous situation. At this moment, Sicerian could not care less about the Carthage fleet in front of him that repeatedly challenged his dignity. He quickly recalled the warships scattered in the waters between Lily and Mazara. It took some time. Morbar, of course, did not forget the main Dionia fleet in the south. When Sicerian gathered the warships and headed north, he soon received the news. Chapter 983. It should be said that Barikos had successfully completed his mission. The fleet he led had stalled the main Dionia fleet for more than 3 hours. However, for Morbale, the results of the battle were not satisfactory. 35 Dionia warships sank and 7 of his own ships were lost. This was achieved after he carefully watched the first attack by the Carthage warships on the Dionia warships and changed his tactic. However, it was still far from his original plan. His original plan was to destroy all the Dionia warships that were lured out. The reason for his failure was that the Dionia commander of this fleet had gathered more than half of the warships in time. However, he did not lead them out of the narrow area to rescue the warships scattered on the periphery. Instead, they formed an irregular circular formation in that area and focused their defense on the relatively open west side. After the Carthage fleet destroyed the other lone Dionia warships, they regrouped and surrounded the remaining Dionia warship. They also launched several tentative attacks. However, the Dionia fleet's defense was tight, so Morbale did not dare to make up his mind to launch a forceful attack. After receiving the news that the Dionia fleet had come to help, Morbale finally made up his mind. Inform all the warships to gather on the west side of Hilla Island and complete the final mission. Sir, what about our sailors on these islands? His subordinate reminded him. Everyone will die one day. You and I are the same. Although Morbale said so, he still felt a little regretful. He sighed again. He should have reminded them to swim to Sicily after they fell into the water. During this period of time, the Carthage fleet had the upper hand in this sea area, but on the islands and reefs, the Ionia sailors who fell into the water dominated. Although most of the Carthage sailors who fell into the water were rescued by the nearby ships, most of the merchant sailors who had been sunk by the Dionysian fleet had swam to the various reefs. How could they be a match for the Ionia sailors who had fleet infantry? They were either killed or captured. After Secherion led the fleet into this sea area, his mood suddenly became very bad. From time to time, he saw the fragments of warships floating on the sea and heard the joyful cries for help from the Ionia sailors on the nearby reefs. What did that idiot Stephakos do? The worry in his heart grew so strong that he could not help but shout angrily. But when he saw that there were still more than 40 warships left and heard Stephakos narrate the entire battle, Secherion did not get angry anymore. Instead, he said unwillingly, "We were all fooled," when Stephakos continued, "According to the report from the clippers, the Carthage fleet is in formation on the west side of Hilla Island." Secherion's anger burst out again. "The Carthage fleet attacked us and won a small victory. They think so highly of themselves and actually want to fight with us. Very good. Very good. Very good. Order all warships to circle around Hilla Island and fight to the death with the Carthage fleet." Secherion first ordered a few warships to pick up the crew on the various islands and reef. At the same time, he led about 240 warships and rushed to the west side of Hilla Island. As expected, he saw the Carthaginian fleet lined up and waiting. Secherion did not hesitate to blow the bugle and raise the red and black flags. All the warships of the entire fleet quickly lined up in a starship formation as they advanced toward the Carthage fleet. However, the Carthage fleet suddenly turned around and moved away from the Dionysian fleet, heading south. "We can't let them escape into Lily Harbor." Secherion, who was unwilling to give up, gave the order to pursue. However, the Dionysian fleet was originally about 2 miles away from the Carthage fleet. The speed of the Raven warships was relatively slow. Although the speed of the fast warships was fast, the Carthage fleet was neat and had just won a battle. So, Secherion did not dare to let the fast warships advance too quickly. Otherwise, if they were too far away from the Raven warships, it would be easy for them to be counterattacked and cause losses. In fact, the Carthage fleet did not intend to fight the Dionysian fleet again, nor did they enter Lily Harbor. Instead, they led the Dionysian fleet around Lily Harbor and Mazara before turning around and heading west. Their destination was Carthage. Secherion was unwilling to give up and led the fleet for a while longer. In the end, they had no choice but to turn back. It was already afternoon and almost dusk. In the past half a day, the Sicilian fleet had experienced a series of humiliating events, such as being toyed with, ambushed, and chased to no avail. Be it Secherion or the crew, they were both physically and mentally exhausted. How could they have the strength and energy to continue patrolling the western waters? All of them steered their warships back to Selinus Harbor sullenly. The main force led by the Devers was stationed in Minoa, not far from Selinus. The news that the new Sicilian fleet had been defeated in their first battle could not be hidden from him. Of course, Secherion did not intend to hide it. Although it was not a big failure, he did feel a little ashamed. Hence, he wrote a battle report truthfully and prepared to send it to the king of the Devers on a clipper the next morning with the excuse that he had to carry out the task of patrolling the Sicilian waters. He would not personally go to the king of the Devers for the time being. Instead, he would lead the fleet to the western waters to look for an opportunity to win the battle as soon as possible. After winning back his dignity, he would go to see the Devers. But what he did not expect was that before he could lead the fleet out of the harbor, a messenger from the king of the Devers came from Minoa and read him the order of the Devers, asking him to go to Minoa immediately to see the king of the Devers. Secherion arrived at the Minoa barracks with a restless heart. When the Devers saw him, they did not wait for him to speak and handed him a papyrus scroll. After reading it quickly, Secherion was surprised. Yesterday, there were thousands of merchant ships full of military provisions docked in the bay north of Irius? North of Irius, there were two slender hills that extended westward into the sea for about a mile or two, like the curved horns of a cow. Thus, a large bay was formed. There were indeed two ports built by the Phoenicians in this bay, but they were not large. There had never been so many merchant ships docked there before. The Devers said coldly, "This is the information obtained by the secret agents of the kingdom's intelligence department in Sicily. It was sent to me late last night. There can't be any mistake. When the Sicilian fleet was being teased by the Carthage navy, I'm afraid you did not expect that the real purpose of the Carthage navy was actually to transport military provisions to the Carthage army in Sicily, which was about to run out of food. And everyone in the Sicilian fleet, including you, was like an enraged bull. They only stared at the enemy in front of them and completely forgot about their real mission. Now that the Carthage army has food, they have enough patience to confront us. This will definitely bring us a lot of trouble. Sicarian, this time, you have disappointed me." Sicarian felt ashamed and very surprised. Everything that the Carthage army did yesterday was ultimately because of this? But from the beginning to the end, the Carthage army did not show any intention of guarding the huge transport fleet and intercepting the Sicilian fleet's northward cruise. But it was true that he and his men had placed all their attention on the enemy. They did not even have the thought of sending warships to bypass Irius and explore north. What happened yesterday had already made him very upset, but he did not expect that he would lose even more. Seeing that he was silent, the Devers said coldly, "What? Are you frightened by the Carthage army?" Sicarian raised his head, looked at the Devers, and said in a low voice, "No, your Majesty, I admit that I have lost to the Carthage army this time, but there will not be a next time. Well, this is the ever-victorious general of the Dionia navy that I am familiar with." The Devers nodded and said in a gentle tone, "The military law of Dionia emphasizes that as a commander, you must always remain calm. You must not let any negative emotions affect your rationality and make a wrong judgment. This time, anger has blinded your eyes and caused you to make these mistakes. I hope you can learn from your mistakes. Please remember that you are the commander of the Sicilian fleet. The orders you give not only affect the life and death of the Sicilian fleet, but also the victory of the entire Sicilian war. Don't be like a captain who is obsessed with sinking the enemy's ship. Instead, you should open your mind and focus on the whole war. Do you understand?" This time, Sicarian nodded with a thoughtful expression. Since the establishment of the kingdom's navy, it has been developing smoothly and has not encountered any major setbacks. This has led to the navy's high morale, but it can also easily lead to arrogance. The Devers continued to remind him, "Yesterday's defeat is also a good thing. It allowed the navy to calm down and look at the enemy more seriously. After all, the Carthage army is a powerful navy in the western Mediterranean Sea. They have a deep foundation, and their new commander is not a simple person. He was once a hero of the Carthage army who led fleets across the ocean and has been fighting at sea for decades. If you can defeat such a commander, it will make your victory more worthwhile." The Devers looked at Sicarian, who had thrown away his depression and regained his fighting spirit. "What do you think about the Carthage fleet that made a fool of you?" Sicarian's heart was no longer in turmoil. He thought for a moment and said seriously, "Your Majesty, I admit that the Carthage fleet is indeed very good at sailing, but we interrogated the captured Carthage sailors last night. From them, we learned that the commander of the Carthage navy, Morbar, had specially gathered all the skilled sailors in Carthage and the nearby Phoenician cities. More than half of them were his former subordinate. He used the news that Carthage is in trouble and urgently needs a hero to save them to motivate them. At the same time, he also promised them very high compensation. That was why he formed these two Carthage fleets and used them to lure the Sicilian fleet. Although his tactic worked in the end, it was a method of killing the goose that laid the golden egg. In fact, it was overly exhausting the Carthage fleet's naval forces. This just shows that after our successive naval victories, the Carthage navy is strained and had no choice but to use this extreme method to gain some advantages. However, this method can neither be sustained nor deceived our navy. Your Majesty, I have already formulated a new plan of action based on the current situation of the Carthage navy. I believe you will hear the news of our victory soon. Chapter 984. The Devers stared at the confident Satyrian. After a moment, he smiled. This is the Satyrian I know. I'm looking forward to the news of victory you'll bring me. After Satyrian left, the Devers pondered for a moment before sending someone to call for Tormid and Printos. What do you think about transferring the Third Fleet to Sicily? The Devers asked directly. Tormid knew that the Devers had called for Satyrian. Although he didn't know what the Devers had discussed with him, he heard that Satyrian was in a good mood when he left. Hence, he asked carefully, Your Majesty, why did you think of transferring the Third Fleet? The Devers glanced at him and said, Our current strategy is to cut off the sea transportation line of the Carthage army, causing the Carthage army to fall into a predicament of food shortage and eventually be defeated by us. However, judging from the setbacks suffered by the Sicilian fleet yesterday, although our navy has the advantage, it's not an absolute advantage. The Carthage navy still has considerable strength and can still pose a great threat to our fleet. Moreover, the coastline of the Western Sea is winding and complicated, making our fleet, which has the advantage, busy cruising the long sea every day. It's very passive and also suppressing the Sicilian fleet from displaying their advantages. However, if we let them take the initiative to attack, they won't be able to seal off the sea, allowing the Carthage army to continue providing assistance to Sicily. It's mainly because the navy in Sicily is not strong enough to attack and seal off the sea at the same time, Printos said. That's right. The Devers nodded and said, The original mission of the Third Fleet was to attack Sardinia and seal off the route between Carthage and it. However, if we transfer the Third Fleet to Sicily, we'll have enough warships to cut off Carthage's route to the outside. The effect will be even better because our ultimate goal is to defeat Carthage. As long as we concentrate on destroying the Carthage army in Sicily, all the problems will be solved. After listening to the Devers' analysis, Tormid was convinced. However, he reminded, Your Majesty, after the Third Fleet is transferred to Sicily, who will be in charge of commanding the entire navy? The Devers understood what he meant. If it was in the past, it would not be a problem for Sicorian to be the commander-in-chief of the entire navy. However, in this war, Middleades stood out and won consecutive victories, becoming another star in the navy. Naturally, he was much more ambitious than before. The Devers pondered for a while and said, Middleades used to be Sicorian's subordinate, so it's safer to let Sicorian be the commander-in-chief. However, Middleades is more stable. We should arrange them this way. The Third Fleet will be mainly responsible for patrolling the Sicilian Sea, while the Sicilian fleet will be mainly responsible for attacking. Of course, this is only a suggestion. As for how to implement it, we still need Sicorian and the others to come over and discuss it together. Your Majesty, why don't we station the Third Fleet on the north coast? Printos suggested. This time, the reason why Carthage was able to successfully transport the supplies to Sicily was because the Sicilian fleet fell for it. On the other hand, the coast north of Eryx was relatively far from Serenus, where the Sicilian fleet was stationed. From the port of Serenus, it would take the fleet more than 3 hours to reach Eryx at the fastest, and more than 5 hours to reach Palemos. In the future, Carthage may continue to use this time to target the coast north of Eryx and transport rations for the Sicilian army. And if the Third Fleet was stationed on the north coast, they could better monitor the sea around Palemos and Sorus, so that Carthage's plan could not be realized. In the friendly city-state of the north coast, Thadium is the closest to Sorus and Palemos, but it's a small city. I'm afraid it doesn't have a good military port to accommodate our third fleet. The situation of the other friendly city-states on the north coast is similar. I'm afraid that the only town on the north coast that can accommodate the third fleet is Messina, but it's too far from the west. It's not as good as Serenus. Tormid raised his own objection. Printosa's proposal greatly moved the Devers. Even with Tormid's reminder, he still said, "There are no military ports on the north coast. We can build simple ones first. Isn't that what we're doing here?" Seeing that the Devers agreed with this proposal, Tormid did not raise any further objections. Instead, he brought up another matter. "Your Majesty, you previously asked the Ninth Legion to assist the Third Fleet in attacking Sardinia. I'm afraid that they've already begun their operation. If we call back the Third Fleet at this time, should we let the Ninth Legion return to Apulia?" The Ninth Legion. The Devers thought for a moment and said, "Then let the Ninth Legion act together with the Third Fleet. Carthage's army is now concentrated on the south coast and the territory of the Sicans. The north coast is defenseless, and the Ninth Legion can attack Sorus or even Palemos. Once they succeed, not only will the Third Fleet have a better port, but it will also shorten the fleet's cruising distance, which will be more conducive to sealing off the Western Sea. Even if it doesn't succeed, it can also divert Carthage's forces. Henoboris, immediately write a letter in my name to the Mytilades and Tegthenos, and ask them to lead the army to Thadium as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." Henoboris dexterously cut a piece of papyrus, then picked up a pen and began to write. At this time, Marcius walked into the big tent. "Your Majesty, a battle report from Syracuse." The Devers took the papyrus scroll tied with a black rope. After quickly reading it, his face was full of smiles as he glanced at the others in the tent and said excitedly, "Good! Well done, Prososus. Everyone, let me tell you a piece of good news. The main city of Syracuse has been seized by us." On the day that Thurian went to Minoa to be criticized by the Devers, in the middle of the west coast of Sardinia, the sky had just brightened when 5 Carthage cargo ships arrived outside the port of St. Iberia. During this period of time, such a situation was very common. Due to the Dionysian fleet's harassment in Sardinia, many of the Carthage merchant ships that came to transport goods could only take advantage of the time when the Dionysian fleet had not come to Sardinia's waters to rush to the various Phoenician towns and ports on the island to transport the goods that were accumulated in the port. As the cargo ships were all manned by Phoenician crew members, coupled with the lack of time, the patrol ships did not carefully interrogate them, and they were allowed to enter the port. In the early hours of the morning, in the middle of the west coast of Sardinia, the Third Fleet that was originally traveling south along the coast suddenly approached the sea. The coast here was densely covered with reefs, and the shore was also mostly cliffs. There was no suitable place for ships to dock, but there was a river called Munnu that flowed into the sea from here. On both sides of the estuary, there was a relatively wide area of mudflat, which was especially obvious when the tide was low. The mudflat was covered with slippery, soft, black silt. It was easy for people to step on it, and it was very difficult for them to pass through. However, the Third Fleet was fully prepared. The Crow warships sailed into the mudflat near the north bank of the estuary. The infantrymen of the fleet carried bundles of wheat straw that they had prepared in advance and carefully disembarked from the ships. They placed them on the mudflat, and then laid wooden planks on top of them. Soon, a wooden plank road leading to the riverbank was built. At the front was the mountain reconnaissance squad of the Ninth Legion. They staggered on the wooden planks and finally reached the riverbank. Using the climbing tools they carried with them, they easily climbed up the not-too-steep riverbank. Then, more than a dozen rope ladders that had been prepared beforehand were hung down, and the infantrymen of the fleet quickly climbed up. More than half an hour later, 4,000 infantrymen of the fleet landed on the north bank of the Munnu River, and then quickly marched inland, preparing to raid St. Iberia, which was not far from the coast. The city of Santa Iberia was a metal processing center of the Phoenicians on the island of Sardinia. Hundreds of years ago, it was originally a town of the Nuraghi, the indigenous people of Sardinia. Because of the rich iron and silver mines in the nearby mountains, they used these precious metals to trade with the Etruscans on the Italian peninsula, which was located in central Italy, across the Tyrrhenian Sea. After the Phoenicians colonized this island, through trade, marriage, assimilation, war, and other means, 100 years later, the original indigenous Nuraghi of Sardinia basically retreated into the mountains in the north, and the south became the territory of the Phoenicians. Apart from the city of Olbia at the northeast end, Saint Iberia was the northernmost town of the Phoenicians, and the Phoenicians developed it into an important metal processing center on the island of Sardinia. Saint Iberia was located in the low hills not far from the coast, close to a river called Temo to the north. Because the terrain around it was relatively flat, it was easier for the output of the mines established by the Phoenicians in the north and the ores dug in the mountains by the Nuraghi to be traded here. Then the people of Saint Iberia processed and smelted the ores into metal ingots, shipped them through the port of the Temo River, and transported them to Carthage or other places. The annual production of precious metals in Saint Iberia accounted for almost half of the metal production of the entire island of Sardinia. Because of this, Saint Iberia was very important to the Phoenicians of Sardinia and to Carthage. In the past, when the navy of Carthage dominated the western Mediterranean, Sardinia was safe. The Phoenicians on the island could fish, farm, and develop metal processing with peace of mind. They did not have to worry about foreign enemies invading. However, since the war between Carthage and Ionia, the navy had always been at a disadvantage, and the security of the island of Sardinia had also been threatened. Fortunately, the geographical location of Saint Iberia was not conducive to the landing of the Ionia people from the sea, and the previous Ionia attacks on Sardinia had never happened near Saint Iberia. Library of Literature. Chapter 985. Of course, the people of Saint Iberia did not let down their guard. When the infantry of the Dionysian fleet climbed up the river bank and appeared in this relatively flat and hilly area, they were discovered by the sentries of Saint Iberia who were on guard duty. They immediately informed the city of this terrible news. The people of Saint Iberia panicked and ran into the city to hide. However, the Mano River was only more than 10 miles away from the city of Saint Iberia. As a metal processing center, there were smelting fields everywhere outside the city. Some of them were even built directly under the mountains a few miles away. When the infantry of the Dionysian fleet arrived outside the city, there were still many people and slaves working in the smelting plants and mines who did not manage to escape into the city in time. A small part of the fleet's infantry was sent to capture them, while most of the soldiers bypassed the city of Saint Iberia and went straight to the port of the Temo River. The port was not connected to the city of Saint Iberia. Although the lower reaches of the Temo River were different from the Mano River, there were some relatively flat land on both sides of the river that could be developed into a port. However, there was a height difference of tens of meters between the lower reaches of the Temo River and the city of Saint Iberia. Therefore, the people of Saint Iberia only built a wide, flat stone road to the port to facilitate the transportation of goods. The infantry of the Third Fleet followed the road and approached the port. Since the port was so important, of course, it was also protected by walls. Although the focus of its defense was at the mouth of the river to prevent the invasion of the fleet from the sea, there were also walls on the side near the city, but there were no sentry towers or trenches. Moreover, the Ionia army came too quickly, and the panicked people of Saint Iberia were busy fleeing into the city. As a result, there were not many people defending the port. However, the defenders still climbed onto the city wall and put up a tenacious resistance. The infantry of the fleet brought more than a dozen scaling ladders brought from the warships and set them on the wall of the port. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, about 100 sailors from the 5 cargo ships that entered the port earlier suddenly gathered, took out the weapons hidden on the cargo ships, and began to attack the defenders in the port. The Saint Iberians were caught off guard. Under the pincer attack from both inside and outside, the Dionysian army quickly broke into the port and successfully occupied the breakwater and tower at the mouth of the river. They then raised the wooden lock that blocked the river. The 160 warships of the Dionysian fleet that were already parked nearby, after the naval battle, the Third Dionysian fleet was replenished with some new warships, so the number of warships did not decrease but increased, smoothly squeezed into the port. After discovering the enemy's presence, the Saint Iberians immediately sent messengers to the south on horseback to ask for help. The nearest Phoenician town to Saint Iberia was Theros. It was located in the middle of the west coast of Sardinia. It not only had an excellent port, but also had a fertile riverside plain. It was about 70 miles away from the city of Saint Iberia. Although there were mountains in the middle, the road near the sea was relatively flat. In the past, because of the large metal output of Saint Iberia, the capacity of its river port was small, which often led to a backlog of goods. Later, under the coordination of the Carthage judges who were stationed in Sardinia and supervised the Phoenician city-states, part of the precious metal goods were transferred south to Theros, and then transported to Carthage through its port. For this reason, the people of Theros had also painstakingly built a wide and flat road connecting Saint Iberia and built 2 wooden bridges over the Manlu River. It was precisely because of the alliance with Saint Iberia, coupled with its own good conditions, that after decades of rapid development, Theros had become one of the top Phoenician towns on the island of Sardinia. It was not inferior to Caralis. Caralis was the southernmost Phoenician town on the island of Sardinia. It also had an excellent port and fertile riverside plain. In addition, because it was closest to Carthage across the sea, it had more frequent trade with Carthage. Therefore, since the Dionysian fleet attacked Sardinia, the Phoenician coalition army, which was temporarily formed by the Phoenician towns on the island, was stationed in the city of Theros. Previously, the new fleet of Carthage was also stationed in the port of Theros. Its main purpose was to protect the safety of Saint Iberia. Hearing that the Dionia was actually attacking Saint Iberia, the coalition army, composed of 10,000 citizen soldiers from various Phoenician towns on the island, immediately marched north on the flat road, rushing to the rescue. On the way forward, they once again met the messenger of Saint Iberia and received the latest news. The Dionia had occupied the river port and were also wantonly destroying the smelting field outside the city. The commander of the coalition army was a young noble from Carthage. He was originally a judge from Carthage. When he heard the news, he was both worried and excited. He was worried that if Saint Iberia's metal production was significantly reduced due to the Dionia's attack and destruction, as the commander of the Phoenician coalition army, he would inevitably be reprimanded by the Carthage Senate. He might even lose his lucrative job as a Sardinian judge and be ordered to return to Carthage. He was excited because he learned from the letter that the Dionysian army was only about 3,000 to 4,000 people. If they could arrive in time, it should be easy to defeat them. Coupled with the previous victory, his outstanding performance would definitely attract the attention of the people of Carthage and the Senate, laying the foundation for him to enter the Senate in the future. Therefore, he did not hesitate to give the order, "Let the whole army advance faster." In the afternoon, the Phoenician coalition army finally arrived at Saint Iberia. The infantry of the Dionysian fleet, who received the news, hurriedly gathered and began to retreat towards the Temo River. The Phoenician coalition army pursued them closely. On the river bank, the infantry of the Dionysian fleet stopped retreating and began to form a formation. The Phoenician coalition army also stopped pursuing and also spread out 300 meters away, preparing to completely defeat the Dionysian army through a frontal battle. When the Phoenician soldiers were taking the opportunity to form a formation and let their bodies, which were very tired after a few hours of rapid marching, get a little rest, suddenly there was a commotion at the front of the formation. "Look," The heavy infantry of Dionia. Where did they come from? We've been tricked. There are more than a few thousand people in the Dionysian army. They hid the heavy infantry in the river port. Oh my God, these heavy infantry keep coming out. How many people do they have? The young commander of the Phoenician coalition army kept his eyes on the enemy in front of him while his soldiers were in formation. He was mainly worried that the Dionysian army, which was smaller in number and all in light armor, would suddenly escape. He regarded the infantry of the Dionysian fleet as light armor. However, he suddenly saw that the Dionysian army, which had just formed a formation, began to move to the right, giving way to the road leading from St. Iberia to the river port. Then, neatly arranged groups of soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia wearing black armor and holding long spears and shields appeared in front of him. They quickly followed the troops in front of them and moved to the right. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia continued to appear. The length of the Dionia army, which was originally very short, quickly approached the length of the Phoenician army. At this time, how could the commander of the Phoenician coalition army not know that this was a conspiracy of the Dionia? This sudden change not only made the soldiers panic, but he was also panicking. However, at this moment, he blamed the people of St. Iberia for not investigating carefully, giving him the wrong information, and causing him to be unprepared. These were all meaningless. He also did not have time to think about where the regular Dionia army in front of him came from. According to the information he received, the king of Dionia had led all the Dionysian army to fight against the Carthage army led by Margot in Sicily. At this moment, the first idea that came to his mind was to retreat, but he immediately dispelled this idea, because if the coalition army retreated, the people of Dionia would definitely take advantage of the situation to attack St. Iberia. As the metal smelting center of Sardinia, the city's planning and construction were all to facilitate the collection, transportation, trade, and smelting of ores. It was not a fortress town. In fact, its defensive capabilities were not even comparable to that of an ordinary town. It was completely impossible to resist the attack of so many soldiers of the Dionysian army. Once St. Iberia was captured, he would definitely feel the wrath of the Senate of Carthage. Moreover, the soldiers were already very tired after a few hours of rapid marching. It was a big taboo to retreat in front of the battle. Once the people of Dionia launched an attack, it was very likely that it would lead to the defeat of the entire army. The only way he could think of now was to quickly launch an attack while the people of Dionia had not yet gotten into formation. There might still be many soldiers under the river, unable to enter the battlefield. Perhaps there would still be a chance of victory. Therefore, he bit the bullet and gave the order to attack. Half an hour later, the hope of the Carthage general was shattered. The physically exhausted Phoenician coalition army was defeated by the 9th Legion and the infantry of the fleet. Some of the defeated Phoenician soldiers fled to St. Iberia, while more wanted to escape to Saros. However, when they fled to the bank of the Mano River, they found that the 2 wooden bridges had been occupied by the Dionia soldiers. It turned out that just after the Phoenician coalition army crossed the Mano River, the warships of the 3rd Fleet once again entered the mouth of the Mano River, allowing 2 companies of soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia to climb ashore and occupy the only 2 wooden bridges on the Mano River. Their way back was blocked, and their pursuers arrived soon after. Many of the defeated Phoenician soldiers surrendered in despair, and some of them turned back and fled to St. Iberia. When the people of St. Iberia learned that the Phoenician coalition army had suffered a crushing defeat, they were very panicked. They thought that after the victory, the people of Dionia would immediately attack their town. However, as time passed, only the defeated Phoenician soldiers continued to flee, and there was still no sign of the Dionysian army. They were all surprised.